members of the executive councils, officials from the various departments, I request that we start. I see we do have a good quorum, and I'm going to invite those who can to show their faces on the screen, and that whenever we speak, we will request those who are around, who wish to speak, to make their faces visible, at least for a while, and if there's a problem with the connectivity, we could then allow them off screen. I want to request that we start the meeting, and I would like us to observe a moment of silent prayer and meditation. Thank you, honorable members. May I, at this point, start by welcoming my co-chairpersons who are here, the Honorable Maswanganyi from the Standing Committee on Finance, the Honorable Maimane on the Standing Committee on Appropriations, the Honorable Songezo Zivi on the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. I think we do have an apology from the Honorable Voter Vainant from the Standing Committee of the Auditor General. I think we have mentioned all the co-hosting chairpersons who are here this morning, and to the same extent, welcome the members of the various committees of Parliament who are here, the Portfolio Committee of COGTA, the honorable members who are the members of the Standing Committee on Finance, the Standing Committee on Appropriations, the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, the Standing Committee on the Auditor General. Honorable members, you are all the co-hosts of this particular gathering. This meeting is being held to receive reports and presentations from the Honorable Minister of COGTA, Honorable Hlabisa. We want to welcome you with the Deputy Ministers, as well as the Directors Generals and the senior officials of the Department of COGTA. We would like to also welcome the Honorable Minister Kodongwana of Treasury and your Treasury team who are here. Would then also like to welcome the leadership of the Financial and Fiscal Commission who are here, the leadership of the South African Local Government Association who are here. Then we welcome the provincial representatives, mainly the MECs. I'm not sure we do have the presence of the premiers, but if they are, they're welcome. I still haven't been able to establish whether they are. And any other members of the relevant portfolio committees from the provinces who could have joined us, you are welcome. At this point, I'd like the Secretariat to table the agenda for the members to have a look and then adopt. Honorable members, you're welcome to have a look at the agenda, and would like you to welcome to approve the agenda that we have. Could we have a mover for adoption of the agenda?
Good morning to you, Chair and co-chairs and honorable members. This is Honorable Mkhaliphi. I move for the adoption of the agenda.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you very much, Honorable Mkhaliphi. Any seconder for the adoption?
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, honorable members. This is Honorable Subrathi. I second the adoption of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Subrathi. You're welcome. In that case, we then have the agenda in front of us. May I therefore request that we can table any apologies? I notice there's a hand from Honorable Van Rooyen, but let's deal with the apologies. We'll come to you, Honorable Van Rooyen, if it's a different matter. Any apologies?
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and a very good morning to all in attendance. I just wanted to check, Chair, I think it's relevant under this item of apologies. Was the Parliament Budget Office invited to this important meeting while understanding its role within the issues of public finances? I just wanted to check, were they invited? If maybe I'll get an indication from you, Chair. Thank you.
No, I'm not aware, but I can get a response. Secretariat, who has got the response to that? I see there's a hand of Mark Baker. I'm not sure if you want to respond to this or you want a different matter. If it's a different matter, you can stand down. Let's get the Secretariat to respond to this issue first. Shireen?
Good morning. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members. Chairperson, unfortunately, we didn't see an invitation to the Parliamentary Budget Office. I'm not sure if Mr. Burke is part of the Parliamentary Budget Office. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Mr. Burke, would you like to come in?
Chair, I've not yet applied to become a staff member at the Parliamentary Budget Office. I'm in fact a member of the Standing Committee on Finance.
Okay,
I'm happy to step back in once you've dealt with this matter.
Okay, that's fine. Honorable Van Rooyen, it doesn't look like we've invited that particular office. Would you like to make a concrete proposal?
Excuse me, Honorable Chairperson.
Yes, who's speaking?
I'm Neela Orlandi, and I am from the Budget Office, and I am in this meeting.
Oh, thank you very much. That solves Van Rooyen's concern, and I think to our benefit. Thank you, you're welcome. So that closes that issue. Honorable Becker?
Thank you, Chairperson. I rise on a point of admin. I switched on my camera briefly on your request. The point of admin that I rise on is that I appreciate that Parliament is meeting during a constituency period to discuss an issue that affects many municipalities and by implication many people. But Chairperson, I'm hoping you can help us understand what is the metric or the framework by which we approve these special committee hearings. That's not to say that I don't like that we would like to discuss this issue or that I don't support it in some way. But I would like to understand the metric. We wrote a month ago to SCOF requesting an urgent hearing on the PIC. We had no response. Now the CEO and CIO are suspended, directors have quit, and the issue affects current and retired government workers, and it touches 3.5 trillion rand in assets. So again, what's the framework or the threshold for calling meetings on some issues but not others? And why are some issues that affect millions more special than other issues that affect other millions of people? Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Becker, I'm not sure we're the right platform to answer that question. I can only give you a background to this, and then you can guide us as to how you'd like us to deal with the matter, probably slightly separately, because it's more a matter of guiding what we did. In this case, this meeting has been raging in the public arena. It's got a potential of threatening service delivery in at least 69 municipalities. This was viewed as a matter of urgent importance by the various committees that have been convened to this effect, and the chairpersons and the speaker and the House chairperson conferred with the ministers concerned, and therefore we believed it was important that this matter must be dealt with as a matter expeditiously, and in the course thereof, we needed to convene this meeting and made that specific request because of the urgency, the importance, and the potential effect of this matter affecting millions of communities in service delivery unless attended to. And yet the issue at the core of it is a matter that all the 4 committees, the ministers, have been dealing with, and that's the issue of accountability that and compliance with particular financial management prescripts that would ensure that if they are given the necessary impetus towards resolution, it would save communities any possibility of being compromised in service delivery. This was the motivation that was taken through to the House Chairperson's office. We may not be able to discuss your particular matter, nor even comment on its urgency, relevance, and the appropriateness of such a meeting. We give you this information that if it is useful for you to approach the relevant offices, you could use that, but we will not be in a position to counterpose this meeting to that meeting of the committee, as you have indicated. So with that, I'd like us to deal with it as a matter that we could only clarify to this extent, but not discuss as a committee or a joint committees in this regard. Thank you very much, Honorable Becker. May I then ask that we proceed with the meeting. Let me then explain the format of the meeting. As you will have seen, I will make some remarks to contextualize this matter, and then in the process, we will then invite all the chairpersons who are here to make their remarks. I will continue to chair the meeting. Thereafter, we will follow the order in the agenda for presentation. All these presentations will be tabled ad seriatim, that one after the other. At the end thereof, we will then ask provincial representatives for a brief 3-minute to respond to issues. We want to keep this very directed so that the members will then come in after that and deal with the questions and comments and discuss the matter, and we move towards the conclusion thereof. So that is the approach that we will be taking at this point. So I would assume, can I just ask the Minister of COGTA just to show his presence, the Minister of Finance, the Treasurer, the FFC, and SALGA, so that we just note that these are the principals who are leading the various delegations. Honorable Minister of COGTA, Honorable Thabisa, you're welcome. Dr. Mbava, Chairperson of the FFC, you are also welcome. National Treasury, I see the empty desks. I think Treasury is present. I'm not sure whether the Minister is present.
It's not empty.
Excuse me.
It's not empty.
It's not empty. Oh, I see. All right. I need to get my optician to sort my glasses out. Yeah, I can see 1 or 2 faces, but if you confirm that you're all there, it's fine. I think the angle didn't show, but your voices are showing me. Then Salga, I think, is the one that you haven't seen yet. All right. Well, Salga, there you are. You are recorded as Machabeng. You are not recorded as Salga President. We assume there's Honorable Stofile there, and so you're welcome. Thank you very much. So we will then proceed from here. I just want to give a little bit of a background on this matter, because I think it's important to make it clear that we're not dealing with a matter that's only arising today or only arising because Treasury has been acted and has issued the letters in terms of Section 216 of the Constitution. If you go back to the background to this, in May 2025, the Auditor General tabled the Parliament Consolidated Report on Local Government Outcomes in respect of 23-24 financial year. The messages that emanated from this were there were poor audit outcomes, the trend had continued, and that there was lack of consequences, which was most evident in areas, most prominent, and in the areas of poor and slow responses to investigation of allegations of financial and supply chain management misconduct, fraud indicators, and in not investigating or not properly dealing with unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditures and material non-compliance with legislation on consequence management. Poor political administrative leadership was reported to have contributed to the poor performance at local government level. The AG noted that the desired impact of national and provincial interventions to help financial distressed municipalities to deal with their challenges had not been realized. The support needed to be intensified as there was a direct link between improved audit outcomes and the support provided. So where there were indication of provincial and national support, the audit outcomes had actually improved. Now, after the tabling of these audit outcomes, it was resolved that Parliament's oversight strategy needed to be modified to ensure that there's a more focused attention on consequence management and more emphasis on accountability by provincial leadership, political leadership in respect of their legislative responsibilities, particularly the premiers, the MECs responsible for COGTA and Treasury. Mindful of cooperative governance and intergovernmental relations and the principle of legality, it was as underscored by Parliament's oversight and accountability model. Parliament then opted to implement a modified oversight strategy through a joint approach led by National Assembly portfolio committees of COGTA, Standing Committee on Public Accounts, Standing Committee on Auditor General, and the Speaker's Office, as well as the provincial leadership involving the Speaker, the Premier, members of the Legislature, and MECs of COGTA and Treasury. This was the approach, and in fact, the first of these steps was actually initiated by the Premier, who had to communicate with the provincial Premier in the Free State to say we're approaching this matter in this way. And the Speaker had directed the House Chairperson to convene these particular committees and therefore inaugurate this new approach, which has then been embarked upon for the past at least full year, and of course with a few months now. Now, we were focusing on the fact that there is a role for not just focusing at national but also at provincial levels, starting from the Speaker of the provincial legislature, and also particularly as it focuses, or as their role focuses on the mandatory tabling of municipal annual reports and oversight reports in accordance to MFMA Section 132, subsection 4, which provides an opportunity to follow up on the matters raised in these reports. In other words, that the Speaker of the legislature and the members of the legislature cannot claim ignorance of what is going on with the municipalities, because they've got an obligation to receive these reports, interrogate them, and ensure that there's compliance with the legislation. Then, of course, there was a role for the Premier and the roles for the MECs for cooperative governance, as well as that of Treasury. In this particular area, Section 105 of the Municipal Systems Act requires the MEC for local government to establish mechanisms and processes and procedures in terms of Section 155(6) of the Constitution to monitor municipalities, monitor development of local capacity, assess the support needed to municipalities. In Section 106(1), the Act further provides that if MEC has got reason to believe that municipality in the province cannot or does not fulfill statutory obligations binding on that municipality or that of maladministration, fraud, or corruption, any other serious malpractice has occurred or is occurring, they must then, by written notice to the municipality, request municipal council or municipal manager to provide an information required, and that if the MEC considered it necessary, must designate a person or persons to investigate the matter. In terms of the regulations of appointment of conditions of employment of senior managers, the MEC also has got regulatory authority to receive written reports on local government senior management, appointment processes and outcome. Should the appointment not be in accordance with the regulations, the MEC can then issue a directive to enforce compliance and approach the High Court for a declaratory order to set the appointments aside. Section 131 of the MFMA provides that the MEC of local government in the province must assess all annual financial statements in the province, audit reports, and also report to the provincial legislature any omission by municipality to address the issues within 60 days. Now, there are the Local Government Systems Act, Section 47 focuses on the reports by MEC. It gives you a whole breakdown of information that must be provided by the MEC to the provincial legislature and the MEC to also have consolidated report on the performance of municipalities in the province. It must involve identification of municipalities that underperformed during the year, propose remedial actions, publish it in a gazette, and then they must submit a copy of the report to the National Council of Provinces. Now, all of these issues are what brings us to this whole discussion. Then the reports by the minister, which is Section 48 of the MFMA, it then talks about the minister compiling a report to Parliament and the MECs for local governments, a consolidated report of local government performance in terms of general key performance indicators. So we are convening the minister and MECs in line with the Section 47, 44, and 48 to get this report as would have been expected in terms of the MFMA. There's also obligation for the municipalities on issues of accountability. On Section 51 of the MFMA, it refers to organization of administration. A municipality within its administrative and financial capacity must establish, organize its administration in a manner that will enable the municipality to be responsive to the local community, facilitate a culture of public service, accountability amongst the staff, and a number of other issues in this. The municipality also has got an obligation to comply with the Constitution and deliver services to the community. This is in terms of Chapter 8, Municipal Services, subsection 73, talks about general duties of the municipality. In this case, in particular, the issues of accountability, based delivery of service, basic service to community is what the focus is all about. Then you have got Section 76, which talks about the provision of services, where a municipality would then look at delivery of services within the area of its jurisdiction, and it can then decide to use internal capacity or external capacity. And an external capacity involves a number of agencies, amongst which would be government entities such as the provision of water, electricity, and all of this. Now, Section 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 83, 84 provides on how the municipalities must go about this. There is a clear prescription of how they need to do this. And in so doing, the payment obligations of this is in terms of the MFMA in Section 65. So when we look at this, when we look at these issues, we are saying it's all in the legislation that we are bringing this meeting to receive the reports, particularly on these issues. Now, the Municipal Finance Management Act, number 56 of 2003, in Chapter 2, it provides the role of supervision of local government finance management by Treasury. There's a whole amount of provision of what the Treasury is obliged to do in relation to supervising local government finance management. Now, it has to do this within a framework of cooperative government in terms of Chapter 3 of the Constitution. Now, and also when coordinating intergovernmental financial and fiscal relations in terms of the Intergovernmental Fiscal Relations Act of 1997, and deal with the issues of DORA, Divisions of Revenue Act, as well as the Public Finance Management Act. These provisions are actually forcing Treasury to have a role over the municipal finances. And I'm quoting this because it's very important to indicate that where we sit as Parliament, we would have wanted to ask Treasury, what are you doing in relation to the implementation of your role in this Act and in the Constitution? And in the Constitution, we've got Section 216. And Section 216, it talks about Treasury control. And it says the national legislation must be established for the National Treasury to prescribe measures to ensure both transparency and expenditure control in each sphere of government by introducing generally recognized accounting practice, uniform expenditure classification, uniform treasury norms, and so on and so on. It goes on to all of this. And then in subsection 2, it says, this is 216 subsection 2, the National Treasury must enforce compliance with the measures established in terms of subsection 1 and may stop transfer of funds to an organ of state if that organ of state commits a serious or persistent material breach of those measures. I will not read the rest of the Act. Now, where we're going is that for the past 2 years, since the 7th administration, we have gone as individual committees of Parliament to the various municipalities to deal with a number of issues in relation to governance failures, dysfunctionality, and service delivery lapses. And since we started the joint oversight program, there are specific issues that we have found to have been material to the causation of the negative audit outcomes. Amongst those have been the issue of instability in the municipalities. Amongst those have been persistence of dysfunctionality and poor investigation of unauthorized, fruitless, wasteful, irregular expenditure. In this regard, we have actually been raising the matter about the capabilities of the municipalities' finance management systems and controls to ensure that these are investigated, setting up the necessary structures, the audit committees, the internal audit teams, the municipal public accounting committees, the issues of disciplinary boards, and we have been demanding that there should be a record of consequence management, accountability, internal disciplinary, referral to criminal justice system, then to correct the material irregularities that are reported by the Auditor General, such as the poor contract management, reports of irregularities and corruption, the issues of procurement irregularities. All of these issues have been raised continuously without satisfactory responses to the committees. And for that reason, our question was, what is the National Minister of COGTA doing about it? What is the National Minister of Finance doing about it? Now we have heard that the National Minister has issued a notice in terms of Section 216 of the Constitution over 69 municipalities. Now, we must first upfront say all the committees here, and the chairperson will speak for themselves, we support that. We support that because we have said it's about time we draw a line to say the buck stops here. Parliament will not allow further tolerance of a culture of impunity. This is why this meeting is urgent. And for that reason, we are then saying, let's get the report from the ministers. What have you found as being the problem? What have you found as being the solutions? Which municipalities are not complying? Which municipalities are not cooperative? And to what extent have you supported them to correct whatever needed to be corrected? And at the end, we calling this meeting because we would like to see this matter being resolved. What you're asking for from the point of view of Treasury, what is being asked for is nothing unusual other than the standard financial management procedures. We would like the municipalities to take responsibility for their lack of compliance on this matter and correct their situation. And in so correcting, we would like to have a deadline by which all these matters are resolved. And so from us, honorable members, we believe that the responsibility for the primary challenges in the financial management processes lies with the municipalities. We need to help them to correct it. We need them to take responsibility to correct this. Then we also must indicate that there are instances where the municipalities are incapable thereof. Those municipalities, we need National Minister of COGTA and Finance to take responsibility.
Chairperson.
Yes. Can I just finish?
I'm sorry, I have to.
Let me just finish, then I'll finish in the next. I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you.
You are not in the agenda.
I'll come back. I'll come back to you. Then the proposed actions that we are looking for from the committee, one, are the issues of the measurable plan to monitor the implementation of corrective measures per municipality with the timelines for the committees to monitor. Secondly, we need the number of outstanding municipalities with the targets as to when they'll be resolved. Thirdly, we need to know about the unviable municipality where COGTA and Treasury would need to assist. And then, of course, we need the last point about debt owed to municipalities. May I then, at this point, request the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Finance, Honorable Maswanganyi, to come in.
No, Chair. I had my hand up and you said you'll come back to me at closing.
Yes. All right, let me have your hand up. Let me see who's speaking. Yes, please proceed.
It's Honorable Mota speaking. Chair,
Yes.
we adopted the agenda. Nowhere in the agenda says we're going to present for 30 minutes. We've been in this meeting, it's now 10:34. You've been speaking, you're even making wrong conclusion that you support what National Treasury has done. I don't know which mandate you get that from. Now you are opening, you are giving platform to all other chairpersons. By the time we hear the presentation from both Treasury and Salga, what time will it be? And when will we engage the report now? When you are speaking, you are giving other chairpersons to speak without even a time limit, something that is not even in the agenda that we just adopted. That's wrong. All that we are asking is, we've got the agenda. The agenda in the next item is that the presentation must be done by the Minister of Finance. That is what is the agenda that you presented and people seconded it.
Thank you very much. Let's have, yes, thank you very much. We're going to ask the chairperson, Maswanganyi, to come in. Honorable Dagmo.
No, thank you for your ruling, Chair. I think Honorable Otwe is not chairing this meeting. You are, and please continue.
Thank you very much. Honorable Skosana, can we close this? I want the chairpersons to come in.
Thank you, Chair.
It's so useless white people like this one.
I'm not just comfortable. What Honorable Dagmo has done, you know, Chair, you can speak for yourself. You don't need support from Dagmo. What I wanted to say, Chair, is that we are not in support of the National Treasury. That must be clear. Thank you, Chair.
All right, okay, we'll come to the discussion and you'll express your views. Yes, can we ask the members? We'll give you the opportunity. My comments were all right. You Honorable Direko.
Okay.
No, please don't.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to the members.
Put your hands up. I'll call you all. Honorable Direko.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to the members. I believe that on the agenda that we've just received, there's opening and welcome. And since this is a joint sitting, on the opening and welcome, there's a presenters there where is the piece on COGTA, finance, appropriations, COPA, and SCORE. So I don't understand when the member is saying that they have not seen that on the agenda. Because with the agenda that I have, it says that there's an opening and welcome. What might be the challenge that the time allocated has been existed? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Gamede.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. No, taking into account all the members have said, especially my member from the MKP, but I just wanted to come with this one, Chairperson. There are so many members who are still locked out of the meeting. Can the administration or the secretariat assist so that they can come in and be part of the meeting? I just wanted to raise that one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can the administration, the secretariat, just look at the members who need to log in? Let me just explain the point and the members to understand this. We have an unusual meeting convened. We have to give the context of how this meeting came about. We have to explain that this is an intervention that is unique, and we have, in my opening, I have referred to all the legislative basis on which we are here. And if the members wanted to know why we are here, and the one member who raised, Honorable Becker, wanted to know why this meeting was different, that was the basis on which we had to explain. All of these prescripts that we have quoted are the reason why it is important for us to explain we're not abusing any of our authority. We've got a basis, a legislative and constitutional basis to be here. Now, at this point, we're at the point of opening. I've given the background, and we've had a discussion with the various chairpersons. They will then be coming to make their own comments, and the honorable members, the chairpersons, will be given around 5 minutes, and the chairperson will then be back to opening up for the presentations. But the background was important because we've never met in this kind of situation. If members feel that it was long, I will apologize for that, but nevertheless, we thought everything I said needed to be said. Honorable Masonganyi, Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Finance, you're welcome to come in with your comments.
Thank you, Dr. Mkhize, colleagues, ministers, MECs, and members of Parliament. The Standing Committee on Finance welcomed this joint engagement. The committee recognizes the gravity of the financial and governance failures that have led to this intervention. However, our engagement today should not focus only on whether municipalities have failed to comply or whether the stopping of transfers is justified. It must focus on, equally, and perhaps more importantly, on the remedial actions that must now be taken to restore municipal functionality. The stopping of transfers may create pressure for compliance, but it's not by itself a municipal recovery strategy. It cannot replace the constitutional responsibility of national and provincial governments to support and strengthen the capacity of municipalities to manage their own affairs, exercise their powers, and perform their functions. We therefore expect National Treasury, COGTA, and the provincial governments to explain the practical support that will be provided to each affected municipality. This support must be differentiated because municipalities are not all in distress for the same reasons. Some require assistance to prepare and implement funded budgets. The support must also be more than advisory. It should involve the deployment of appropriate expertise, clearly defined recovery plans, measurable targets, assigned responsibilities, and firm implementation timeframes. Each affected municipality should know what it must do, what assistance it will receive, which sphere of government is responsible for providing that assistance, and by when the required corrective action must be completed. We should also guard against a situation in which the residents of affected municipalities bear the consequences of failures committed by municipalities. The local government's equitable share plays an important role in funding basic services, especially for poor and indigent households. The government must therefore explain how essential services will be protected while corrective measures are being implemented. Let me indicate this, Chairperson, that the Standing Committee on Finance has raised concerns before in its 2024 budget review and recommendations report. SCOF expressed concern about unfunded municipal budgets, escalating municipal debt, rising irregular and wasteful expenditure, delays in financial recovery plans, and weaknesses in the effectiveness of municipal support program. SCOF resolved that oversight of municipal debt should be coordinated between the finance, cooperative governance, and energy committees. Today's joint meeting is therefore consistent with that earlier position. We need to strengthen intergovernmental fiscal relations, that is, how money is shared and coordinated between national, provincial, and local government. Intergovernmental fiscal relations will improve coordination and planning, improve the division of revenue formula, build capacity at the provincial and local level, enhance accountability and oversight, reduce unfunded mandates, improve revenue collection, and deal with debt and fiscal review. Intergovernmental fiscal relations will work if it is based on three principles: cooperation, autonomy, and accountability. It needs better timing, more skills, and consequences for both underperformance and unfunded mandates. In conclusion, the Standing Committee on Finance approaches this meeting in constructive spirit. We support decisive actions against persistent financial misconduct and non-compliance. At the same time, we expect the national and provincial government to fulfill their supporting and intervention responsibilities as defined in Section 154 of the Constitution. Nakens.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maswanganyi. May I invite Honorable Maimane, Chairperson for Appropriation?
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to honorable members on the platform. Good morning to those represented here and to our fellow chairpersons. The job here today is really just to establish the very fundamental principle of oversight on the function of Parliament. As the Standing Committee on Appropriations, we had historically gone out of our way to ensure that in the appropriation of funds, we engaged relevant municipalities. I can remember more historically Mangaung, Johannesburg, and many others. That when we raised in our report, it became quite clear that the issue of governance became important. Part of the work that we do almost deliberately and intentionally is to ask the fundamental question: does every rand that is appropriated to the municipalities reach its intended beneficiaries? When there's incapacity and shortcomings, it becomes a challenge that ultimately impacts the citizens that who reside in each of those municipalities. And therefore, honorable members, today, the first principle that we've got to establish is how do we ensure strengthening and capacitation of municipalities? How do we ensure that there's a relevant recovery mechanism that ensures that withholding of funds become the last resort, not the first resource? Second, and more crucial to this matter speaks to as I spoke about the interrelationship between Parliament and the Executive, which means that I think we need to establish critically, how do we manage these matters transparently? How does Parliament keeping informed on when action such as that has been taken is then updated? This because the people of this country are not represented in any other format except in Parliament by their elected people. Therefore, it is going to be crucial that we establish as a way forward when such action takes place, what is the protocol that must exist so that meetings of this nature are not as an output, but rather as a coordinated effort that takes matters forward. Thirdly, many, and the chairpersons have cited the different pieces of legislation that deals with it. We pass responsibly the Appropriation Bill and the Division of Revenue Bill. Now, on both those, it allocates particular amounts that are particularly on the equitable share and reliant on those. These are governed by law. And therefore, when we deal with interventions, as members have raised, we need to ensure ultimately that legality has been upheld, and I welcome the inputs that will be given, certainly by National Treasury, SALGA, and the respective members. But also, we need to ensure that in the midst of that, what is tabled in terms of the equitable share is also maintained and fulfilled. So it is in that spirit that the Standing Committee on Appropriation is engaging this particular matter to make sure every rand reaches its intended citizen. Capacity is built on municipalities to ensure that first objective is achieved, that the interrelations between the executive and parliament are done so transparently, timelessly, so that action like this is also being done in a manner that citizens are well represented. And furthermore, how do we as members of parliament ultimately constructively deal in a manner that says that we want to achieve municipalities that are functioning and financial accountability being enforced? And so it is in that, it is constructive. We want to hear, we want to understand, and we want to ultimately make inputs, which I will do, Chairperson, at the end, as to some of the recommendations that I think might be important going forward, so that the implementation of such remedial action is done in a manner that serves the people of South Africa, which is what we are all principally elected for. With those short remarks and the committee that is here, I welcome all of us, and I thank you, Chairperson, and the fellow chairpersons. We look forward to the engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maimane, Chairperson for Standing Committee on Appropriations. May I welcome Honorable Zibi, Chairperson of COGTA.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to the honorable members, to the ministers and other colleagues that have joined this session. I'm just going to make 2 points. The first is that over the last year, the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, together occasionally with the Portfolio Committee on COGTA, has been conducting oversight, joint oversight over municipalities. Sometimes we've done it separately. And a pattern has emerged during that period. And that is a pattern where the local authorities do not appear to take their responsibilities seriously in terms of both the council program in order to process the issues that are on the table in this conversation and in this decision, but also in terms of dealing with the very serious matters of governance and the use of public funds that the committees have continually raised over time. We've seen that pattern emerge when we visited those municipalities. We have seen the same when they've come to the committees in Parliament. And so that we do not speak in generalities, I will make 2 examples. In cases where, such as Buffalo City and others, where officials that should have been dealt with 3 to 4 years ago have still not been dealt with, even though there are serious findings by the SIU. And those authorities have the audacity to bring those same officials to Parliament, where there is no accounting in terms of why those officials have not been dealt with. But I also want to say as a second point that we all know that many municipalities are experiencing structural financial difficulties that have got to do with the state of the local economy and the ability of residents to meet their obligations in terms of rates, but also in terms of how the equitable share is calculated and translated. However, again, not to speak in generalities, there are municipalities which are derelict in terms of meeting their own obligations. We had Maceloniana municipality. There are mining companies that owe them hundreds of millions of rand, which would be transformative financially for that municipality. Or outsourcing the entire procurement function to an individual outside with no consequences whatsoever. We all have a responsibility to make sure that public funds, to the extent that they are remitted to municipalities, are used responsibly. And that doesn't always happen. The second example is Umsunduz. They came to Parliament several weeks ago. Again, there are large companies that do not pay their rates, and those rates, they have not managed to collect them in a very long time. And when you ask a reason why, the explanations are not good enough. What we have seen is a breakdown in the system. The municipal public accounts committees are hardly functional. The provincial portfolio committee on COGTA, as well as the public accounts committees, are not effective. They also don't appear to have a program to oversee this. And I want to place also responsibility at the doors of the MECs, some of whom I think are in the meeting, that all of us have a responsibility to make sure that, notwithstanding the structural difficulties that we have, everybody plays their role in order to make sure that our system works. And therefore, I look forward to the presentations, Chairperson. And I'm hoping that when we leave here, we leave with the kind of resolutions that enable two things. One, for services to flow to the South African people, and secondly, for all of us to do our work and to do our work effectively so that we do not fail our people by not applying what our system demands that we do. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Zibi, the Chairperson for SCOPA, for your comments. We're done now with the opening comments from the chairpersons. We're going to be moving on to request the presentations. The first will be from Treasury Minister Kodongwana. But in the meantime, may I just request, honorable members, we've got over 236 people who are here. I'm going to request that the honorable members should label their gadgets in the names that will make them recognizable as members of the members of parliament, because we will only allow members of parliament to comment. But if you have got an acronym or a pseudonym or a nickname, we will not be able to recognize you. So we will not also deal with a situation where a member will just speak without having been properly authorized. But if we see that it's your name, then it's easy for us to manage the meeting. I'm just making that request so that we can sort out the gadgets for later when we are calling on members to comment. At this point, may I invite Honorable Kodongwana, Minister for Finance.
Thank you very much, Comrade Chairperson. Let me start by greeting you, the Chair of SCOP, the Chair of Appropriation, and the Chair of SCOPA, and honored members on the platform, and express our appreciation for this meeting and for convening this meeting, because it has done an important, is doing an important role in the sense that is revealing something we should be moving forward. I would imagine that that's probably going to be a conclusion as to how do we manage the entire ecosystem, because we have managed to say who has got the responsibility to do what. Assuming that all of us were doing all of those oversight functions, it would obviate the need for Treasury to make the necessary intervention. The second point I want to make, Section 39 of the Municipal Finance Management Act requires us to inform Parliament. At two phases, which the DG is going to outline now, of this intervention, we started earlier at all these stages we've informed. For instance, the first letter addressed to the presiding officers was on the 19th of June. So in that sense, beginning to make ourselves available and accountable, and I think this meeting is a confirmation of that request from us. The third point, we accept that there should be a differentiated approach. In our meeting last week with COGTA, one of the things we were agreed upon is that our teams must begin to isolate those municipalities that are very, really in distress, and how are we going to work together to support those municipalities. The fourth point, we've agreed that we need to, as part of the strategy, to move as swiftly as possible. The DG will reflect how far we've done that so that we minimize the impact on communities. The fifth point, before the last one, is that coordination exists not only between us and COGTA, but also with the affected departments. The Department of Water Affairs, whose water boards are likely to collapse if no action is taken. And secondly, the Department of Electricity, where we've done a couple of things, a debt relief program. They're also intervening in terms of the distribution agency agreement. We're working together in order to assist these municipalities. Three issues which largely are of the audit outcomes is unfunded mandates. We will see how we work with municipalities to help there. Is payment of creditor. Again, even in this intervention, we're not saying pay all your creditors in time. All we're saying, give us a program. And where problems arise, we help the municipalities. I can make an example. I've got a case now up in Mumbai, Tema, which is in the old days, Credo, where they're in loggerhead with ESCOM. Prima Mabian has appealed to us to begin to intervene and help these two to find each other. We're helping to achieve that objective. The last point is audit outcomes which are not being taken through impact and taken to council so that people can begin to do two things, write-offs and secondly, consequence management. Let me conclude. I agree with all honorable members and chairpersons that have said withholding or stopping is the last resort. It's a painful exercise we don't want to do, but if we're all working together to achieve this oversight over time, and I think if we were to emerge here and say, our challenge must be how to fix local government moving forward, and how are we going to coordinate our work, even on a quarterly basis or anything, to ensure that we can achieve this objective. That would be highly appreciated. Let me just give the DG the opportunity to just summarize some of the processes and where we are now. Thank you. Over DG.
Thank you, Minister. Good morning, Chair, and the various chairs, honourable members, ministers, colleagues. Thank you for this opportunity to share with us. I'll ask the team to please load the presentation in the meantime. Thank you for this opportunity for us to share our insights and thoughts and to update Parliament on the enforcement of Section 216, Section 2 of the Constitution. I hope the slides are visible on your side. We will start with the first few slides that just summarizes the key message points. We can move on to the next slide. The first three slides, honourable members, should be considered as in effect, a summary of the presentation. It highlights the key points, and then thereafter we will be moving into some of the more detailed content. I think it's important to start with the fact that in the 2026 budget review, government signalled a shift in its approach to local and provincial government to indicate that national government is moving from oversight to active structural intervention to ensure that we support a sustainable turnaround in local government financial management and service delivery. For a very long time, intergovernmental flows have masked rising financial weaknesses within the system. More than half of municipalities are in financial distress. There are high levels of irregular, unauthorized, fruitless and wasteful expenditure and rising levels of non-payment to third parties such as SARS, pension funds, water boards and ESCOM. And some municipalities are unable to service these bulk water accounts. As an example, that has almost led to the collapse of 2 water boards and threatened water supply in affected provinces. And last year, it was precisely the Section 216 intervention that we did in those municipalities that allowed us to save those 2 water boards, Magalies Water and Vaal Central, from collapse. which would have threatened water supply in those affected provinces. And so the Section 216 intervention, to the Minister's point, is a last resort that we use in cases where the other oversight and intervention responsibilities have failed to yield the intended results. In December last year, the National Treasury embarked on an extensive process of consultation with the affected municipalities that were in breach of their obligations in terms of the MFMA, and we gave them notice in December last year that Equitable shares could be withheld or stopped if they failed to take action to address it. We've also, on the next slide, we have confirmed here that this action is a corrective measure by the Minister of Finance to halt financial deterioration in municipalities. And these are the municipalities that have consistently failed to comply with their obligations, and we'll sketch that out later, despite the very extensive consultation we've undertaken and the notice that have been given in writing. The Minister of Finance has various tools provided for by the Constitution and the Municipal Financial Management Act, which permit the Minister of Finance to cut off funding temporarily to municipalities until they can prove that they are able to function in accordance with their obligation. As an example, and we'll talk about this detail later, there is a persistent failure by municipalities to pay, by some municipalities, to pay over monthly pension deductions. This is in fact financial misconduct by the officials concerned and a criminal act by the municipal manager in terms of Section 173 of the Municipal Finance Management Act. We'll present the extent to which this is pervasive amongst municipalities, but of course the impact on those pensioners that are affected who are not getting access to their pensions because of the fact that those municipalities are not paying over those deductions is quite debilitating. For the transfers to be reinstated, the Minister has required municipalities to instill fiscal discipline to ensure public money is properly managed, to address high levels of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, to hold municipal officials and office bearers accountable where required by law, and we'll talk about that in terms of consequence management, and then agree payment plans with those third parties. To get now into the some of the detailed questions that were asked by Parliament for us to respond to. One of those areas was how is service delivery potentially affected due to the Section 216 intervention? In our view, service delivery by these municipalities should not be adversely affected. The withholding of the equitable share is a shorter measure, and typically we do not withhold the equitable share for longer or stop the equitable share from being paid for longer than 30 days. By law, the Minister may withhold the transfers for up to 120 days. And of course, Parliament has a very important role to play here. But in the past, where the equitable share has been withheld, and even in this case, it is typically not longer than 30 days. And so that is one mechanism by which we mitigate the potential negative impacts on service delivery. In the longer term, corrective action by the municipality should also improve service delivery. Already, 42 of the 69 municipalities have complied with the requirements and have had their equitable share transfers reinstated, demonstrating the positive impact of the Minister's intervention, and we'll highlight those numbers in greater detail later. It's also important to make the point that this is just one of a suite of far-reaching local government reforms that are currently being implemented, and we'll detail those towards the end of the presentation as we demonstrate how we intend to support a sustainable turnaround in municipal service delivery and financial management. Among the reforms are a new white paper led by COGTA, a review of the fiscal framework for local government, as well as metro trading services reforms, the installation of smart meters through a new grant that was introduced to ensure that we can turn around municipal revenue collection. We will talk about those in a bit more detail towards the end of the presentation. Next slide, please. Just to give honourable members a sense of the reasons for withholding, despite years of support, guidance and training, which we will articulate later, many municipalities continue to adopt unfunded budgets. In this case, the Section 216 intervention is specifically intended to respond to the adoption of unfunded adjustments budgets by some municipalities. There are also many municipalities who have not paid their creditors in terms of Section 65 of the MFMA by defaulting on bulk supplier payments, water boards and Eskom, and third-party contributions to the Auditor General, SARS, and as well as pension fund contributions. There are also municipalities that have not achieved a reduction in the total unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure balance as at the 30th of June 2026, based on the unaudited pre-audit 25-26 financial statements, as well as the matter of consequence management not being implemented. Just in terms of the extent of the non-compliance, since 21-22, municipalities have incurred 24 billion in fruitless and wasteful expenditure. They have accumulated 145 billion in irregular expenditure, with 40 billion of that in 24-25 alone. The municipalities have also disclosed 118 billion in unauthorized expenditure. Budget credibility has deteriorated. As an example, in 24-25, 116 municipalities adopted unfunded budgets, the point the minister made earlier. By year end, municipalities owed 3.4 billion in interest to Eskom and 1.2 billion to water boards, which has come down significantly following the interventions we undertook last year that I referred to earlier in relation to those two water boards that were near collapse before the Section 216 intervention took place. And about 48 municipalities have overdue third-party deductions, the pension fund deductions we spoke about earlier. Of course, this threatens financial sustainability of those bulk suppliers, undermines statutory bodies, and disrupts service delivery. 69 municipalities are affected by the Section 216 enforcement, down from the 99 municipalities when the process started. So when this process was started in December last year, there were 99 municipalities that were affected by the non-compliance we outlined in terms of unfunded budgets, unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, payments to the AG, and so on. By the time the Section 216 process was formally introduced, that had come down to 69 municipalities, and we will also be giving Parliament shortly an update on where we are now in terms of those 69. This table just gives honourable members a sense of which municipalities fall into which categories, and of course there are some municipalities that fall into more than one. In terms of the process, Parliament has asked us specifically to, we can move to the next slide, Parliament has specifically asked us to give them a sense of the process that was run. The Minister touched on this earlier. As we said, this is not something that started in May or June or even July this year. We started in December 2025, where we issued letters to those 99 municipalities requiring certain action in relation to the reduction of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, as well as the implementation of consequence management. In January, we started receiving responses from those municipalities verifying compliance, and we also reviewed quarterly reports. The Department of Water and Sanitation submitted a request to us to withhold the local government equitable share for those municipalities that owe water boards. As we said, when we did this intervention last year, we were able to avert the collapse of 2 water boards and prevent the stopping of water supply in multiple provinces. The Department of Electricity and Energy submitted to us a list of municipalities that owe Eskom. The Financial Sector Conduct Authority provided us with a list of municipalities that owe pension funds, and the AGSA submitted a list of municipalities that owe audit fees. On the next slide, we then take the process further. Apart from those areas that underpin the reasons to withhold, the Treasury also received requests from those departments, as I've indicated, in addition to the compliance matters that we assessed. 99 letters were emailed to mayors of municipalities on the 22nd and the 23rd of June 2026. 30 municipalities responded by the 30th of June deadline with evidence demonstrating that they adhere to the requirements. A very important part of the process, honorable members, is that we engage municipalities and others, and we give them an opportunity to respond to the information that we receive from others as part of our own internal verification exercise. So those 30 municipalities responded, and they were therefore able to be removed from the list of 99. The follow-up submission to communicate Treasury's decision to invoke Section 216 was then approved by the Minister on the 3rd of July, and we then sent those 69 letters to the mayors of municipalities on the 3rd of July. We also have a responsibility to inform Parliament. We advised Parliament on the Treasury's intention to invoke Section 216 and the final decision of the Minister on the 6th of July. Letters were sent to the Speaker of Parliament and the Chair of the NCOP on the 19th of June and the 6th of July. The Ministers of Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs, Water and Sanitation, Electricity and Energy also received both the intention and the final decision in writing. The President of SALGA was informed both of the intention as well as the final decision, and the head officials of provincial treasuries were simultaneously informed of the intention and the final decision on those dates. As we said earlier, there are 4 pillars that inform the corrective action. I won't go through these again, but we do just want to elaborate on some of the details. So on the next slide, we start talking about each of these pillars and the corrective action that is required by municipalities under each of these pillars in order to enable the release of the equitable share. In terms of the adoption of an unfunded 25-26 adjustments budget, we indicate there that the requirement for those municipalities that have tabled unfunded adjustments budget, the mayors of those municipalities must respond in writing to the Minister of Finance, committing that with effect from 26-27, they will not allow their municipalities to table and adopt unfunded budgets going forward. So in terms of the unfunded adjustments budget requirement, the response there is a letter from the mayor as specified. In terms of the bulk suppliers, firstly, the affected municipalities must submit to the National Treasury a signed payment agreement entered into with their creditors, bulk suppliers or third parties. Once that signed agreement is received, the National Treasury then releases an amount to that municipality which is equivalent to the invoice, guided by the payment agreement and adjusted for any shortfalls from previous months where applicable. And the remaining balances are then released to municipalities as evidence of payment is received. So those are in terms of the payment to bulk suppliers. In terms of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, there we have several measures where we collect evidence from municipalities where they demonstrate to us that they have addressed unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. The intention there is to get a 25% reduction in that expenditure by the 30th of September. And the evidence that we evaluate there are copies of the Section 32 reports, copies of the Audit Committee investigation reports, copies of council resolutions, and also the consolidated unauthorized irregular expenditure, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure register. In terms of consequence management, on the next slide, there are various consequence management activities that we request the affected municipalities to undertake, such as the appointment of disciplinary board members, progress on the referral of matters to the disciplinary board for investigation, progress of those investigations themselves, and then the implementation of disciplinary processes. The evidence is listed in the next column. I won't go through it in detail, but the members can review there what are the kinds of evidence that we are collecting from those municipalities where consequence management is part of the criteria that we are looking for. And those would include things like information around the disciplinary board process register, referrals, implementation of the actions of those recommendations, so that we can see that in fact where consequence manage is required, that it is in fact actioned. And the next slide on consequence management just indicates the further evidence, such as the fact that municipalities should provide copies of council decision on each of the disciplinary board recommendations, so that we can see that where councils, for example, have either rejected or varied a disciplinary board recommendation, that we can see those details, and we can also assess whether consequence management is being implemented effectively. We've on the next slide, we've been requested to talk as well about some of the support measures that we provide to municipalities, which is an obligation that we have in terms of Section 154 of the Constitution. And the next few slides just talk a little bit to what, as the National Treasury, we do in this space. In terms of municipalities that adopt unfunded budgets, we have various initiatives that we implement there, including the institutionalization of annual municipal budget and benchmarks engagements with those municipalities. We conduct extensive financial management monitoring and oversight. We are also continuously enhancing the structure of our mid-year and performance engagements with municipalities to improve the assessments that we conduct. Municipalities that are unable to improve their funding position in the same financial year are supported to develop a credible funding plan with measures to gradually improve their financial position and achieve a funded budget over time. And those funding plans are monitored on a quarterly basis by the provincial treasuries. We've also modified the funding assessment tool to include the restructuring of creditors with payment arrangements and to consider payments over a longer period. We've also introduced various MFMA circulars to municipalities, in particular on unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. We started this process in 2013. Since then, those circulars have undergone 4 enhancements, with the latest and 4th enhancement issued in April 2026. So in 2024, the Minister of Finance issued the Municipal Regulations on Financial Misconduct Procedures and Criminal Proceedings, which introduced consequence management as a regulatory framework under the MFMA, and gave municipalities the guidance in terms of the steps that they have to take in order to ensure that consequence management is properly implemented. The Financial Misconduct Regulations were supported by MFMA Circular number 76, which was issued in 2015 to assist municipalities to understand the intent and spirit behind the regulations. In 2018, the Treasury issued a Municipal Public Accounts Committees, the MPAC guideline, which we referred to earlier, to help municipalities to establish those committees and get them functioning to ensure that the financial misconduct regulations can be implemented effectively. And in 2021, we noted the reduction of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, and the implementation of consequence management is not in fact taking place according to what we would have liked, and then subsequently developed a unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure reduction strategy document and issued that to municipalities through MFMA circular number 111. So those are all the measures, honorable members, that we have been taking in terms of helping municipalities reduce unauthorized, fruitless, wasteful, and irregular expenditure, as well as to support them in terms of consequence management where financial misconduct has been identified and where action needs to be taken. We do know, of course, as well on the next slide, that revenue enhancement is a key challenge for many municipalities. So a dedicated municipal revenue improvement program has also been launched in order to address revenue collection, and it includes various initiatives, some of which we've spoken about before. We introduced the Municipal Debt Relief Program with Eskom that allows us to write off debt owed by municipalities to Eskom 1/3 per year for every year that those municipalities meet the conditions of that debt relief program. And we have, of the 70 odd municipalities that have applied with that to that program, there are quite a number of them that have successfully had their debt written off in terms of this program by complying with the conditions, and therefore also improving their revenue base. We are now introducing the Water Debt Relief Program along a similar dimension with water and sanitation. Both these programs have, of course, emphasized the importance of funded budgets. We introduced a smart meter grant last year to assist municipalities with the installation of smart prepaid systems. In those municipalities where those smart meters have been installed, they have seen a significant recovery in their revenue collections, as well as the ability to manage distribution losses. And we are looking into how we can scale up that program. We've also worked with various organs of state to verify debt owed by municipalities and ensure that the revenue information that municipalities rely on are complete. Finally, in this bucket of issues, in terms of communication to municipalities around the intention to withhold or to stop the equitable share, we've done this through our MFMA joint meetings. We've done it at local government fora, the Budget Council, Budget Forum, the Technical Committee of Finance, the TCF, which is meeting this week, and the joint JEXCO as well. And we've issued various MFMA budget circulars over the years listed there, where we have communicated the intention to use Section 216 as a method of last resort when all these other interventions fail. In terms of progress to date, all 69 municipalities have responded to the Minister of Finance's letter dated the 19th of July. 4 municipalities have conformed to the unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure requirements and will receive the full amount withheld. We are processing information received from municipalities to determine whether they meet the criteria in letters addressed to the mayors. Additionally, teams from Treasury and the provincial treasuries are assisting the affected municipalities to meet the criteria, and as and when they conform, the funding will be released weekly. 27 municipalities received their equitable share yesterday. 10 of those received the full amount, totaling 1.7 billion. Another 17 municipalities received a portion totaling 2.9 billion to strictly pay the relevant creditors, SARS, pension funds, and so on. And 22 municipalities will receive their equitable share in the week of the 20th of July. The municipalities that are affected by the Section 216 enforcement are listed here. I won't go through them, but the first column just shows the municipalities that are going to receive their payment or did receive their payment on the 16th of July because they have fully complied to the requirements. There are also municipalities that received partial payment on the 16th of July, and they are listed here. On the next slide, we show the municipalities that are going to receive their payment in the week of the 20th of July because they have fully complied with the requirements. And in the next column, the municipalities that are going to receive partial payment next week, pending the proof of payment receipt for them to receive then the remainder of their payments. The last two slides in the minute or so that we have left in the 30 minutes that have been allocated to us, Honourable Chair, just covers the process that we are undertaking to ensure that we look at the ecosystem as a whole and also ensure that to the extent that there are national departments or provincial departments that owe municipalities for services delivered, that similar action is taken to them. For national departments, we issue allocation letters to them, and we have noted in those allocation letters that will be going out now as final allocation letters now that the Appropriation Act has been assented to by the President. We've used those letters to advise those national departments of our intent to also withhold funds from their budget for debt owed to municipalities. And on the provincial department side, we've already written to provincial treasuries on the 29th of April with a submission date of 29th of May. All 8 provinces that have received letters have responded to us. We are reviewing those responses and we are in the process of issuing additional letters to those provinces. And then on the final slide, we won't have time to go through this, honourable chairs and members, but we did just want to give an indication of the different interventions that are taking place to make the point that I think some of the chairs spoke to as well, that part of this is about ensuring that we use the Section 216 as a intervention of last resort while we are strengthening the overall local government ecosystem. And the various pillars of that are outlined here. The review of the white paper led by COGTA, the amendment of the MFMA, which we are busy with this year, the conditional grant review reforms, the review of the municipal capacity building system, the reforms of the municipal infrastructure grant and disaster management reforms that are part of the conditional grant review reforms, reforms to local government owned revenues, as well as sectoral reforms, and then finally the municipal utility reform program and the revenue enhancement and improvement programs that we are introducing. All of these are meant to deal with the underlying structural problems in the sector so that we can deal with them as opposed to having to rely on Section 216 as a method of last resort when some of these other interventions have failed. Thank you, Chair. That brings me to the end of our presentation, and I'll now hand back to you. Thank you.
Minister, would you like to make any comments so we can close off your presentation?
No, for now, Chairperson, I think we can proceed to others. We hope that if there's anything required, we may have to respond during the discussion period.
Thank you. You'll be welcome to come back during the discussion. Thank you for the presentation. Thanks to you and the DG. May I invite the National Minister for COGTA, Honorable Hlabisa?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Dr. Mkhize, and greetings to all co-chairpersons in the platform and all members belonging to various committees, the President of SALCA, and his delegation, the Financial Fiscal Commission in the platform, the Honorable MECs, Minister Kodongwana and the National Treasury team, Deputy Minister Masimula, and the COGTA team administratively led by DG Changana. Honorable Chair, COGTA and National Treasury have a common view on matters like, for instance, municipalities adopting unfunded budget, because this is committing lies in public, knowing you don't have the money, but you say you are going to do this. In terms of municipalities owing water boards, ESCOM, SARS, Auditor General, in terms also of the unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, we have a common view that this behavior should be stopped in municipalities. And there is a lot of groundwork that is being done in order to get our municipalities doing things right. But when it comes to the activation of 216 that happened, which brought this meeting into existence, we had a meeting on Tuesday between COGTA and National Treasury, and ironed out our different approaches, because while we understand it is a constitutional prerogative of National Treasury to activate 216, COGTA was of the view that a different approach could have been used, because there is a value chain, Honorable Chair. Municipalities are owed by government departments, provincial governments, and municipalities owe water boards, ESCOM, and many other entities. The activation, our view was, you must deal with the whole value chain. When the stopping is done to local municipalities, a similar stance should be taken to provincial governments and national departments, because they are the ones who render municipalities in one way or another unable to pay people or entities they owe, because they are not paying the municipalities. We agreed on Tuesday in our meeting with National Treasury of an approach of working together in enforcing municipalities to do what they're supposed to do, but also the other two spheres of government to be enforced in a similar way as municipalities are enforced. And we agreed also that should there be a problem, some municipalities unable to respond, there should be an intervention in order to avoid a situation where they will completely collapse, because some of them are financially stressed and they may just commit empty promises, but only to find that they can't fulfill them. So there should be a way of how to intervene in those municipalities should this week, and I'm glad that DG National Treasury is giving a progress report in a number of municipalities that have responded, and also responding to our call as COGTA that the National Treasury must implement a similar stance as I have indicated to other spheres of government. We are on the same page now, Honorable Chairperson, and also, as I've said, we agreed that should there be a challenge in some few municipalities, we will need to relax the approach in order to avoid those municipalities to eventually reach a total collapse in terms of services. So we're in a similar approach as we agree that municipalities must be held accountable, but also even the other two spheres of government in a similar approach must be accountable to pay what they owe municipalities. DG Changana will do a presentation which we went through together with National Treasury on Tuesday. DG Changana.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, Minister Velengosini Hlabisa. Good morning to the Chair of the Portfolio Committee, Dr. Mkize, and good morning to all the other chairs of the committee and all the honorable members of various committees on the call. Good morning to the NEC, the members of the MECs from various provinces. Chair, I'm going to ask Dr. Naidu to lead us in making this presentation. And whilst we're waiting for the Secretariat to load the presentation, I want to amplify just one or 2 points, and then Dr. Naidu will take us through the presentation. The bulk of what we wanted to cover has already been covered by Dr. Peterson, the DG of National Treasury. Chairperson, it would assist us, and I'm assuming that this is not going to be the last meeting of the joint committees. It will assist us at some point to be allowed to present to you a comprehensive approach, what I would call 360-degree view of the work that COGTA and National Treasury are doing in this space. And we can present it to you by municipality, because the number of municipalities in this country is not big. We're only talking about 257 municipalities. In other countries like Brazil and India, you have more than 1,000 municipalities. So 257 is not a big number. We can present to the joint committees the work that we are doing in all the metros, all the 8 metropolitan municipalities, the work that we are doing in all the districts, which is your 44 districts. We have personnel on the ground in municipalities that are under sections 139. We have also section 154, and DG of Treasury has touched on section 154. You could categorize the work that we're doing into a carrot and stick kind of an approach, and section 216 would fall into that category of a stick because we have to activate consequence management at some point. When things are not happening, we have to activate lines of accountability by municipal officials. So the bulk of the work, which is constitutionally mandated work, falls into these categories that we intervene as per the constitutional requirement through 216, through 139, through 154. So you have to look at all of these constitutional instruments that allow us to intervene, and we intervene in the best interest of communities and service delivery. I'm going to ask Dr. Naidu to lead us in making this presentation. It's a very short presentation, which explains, because I think it's important as well to understand the equitable share, how it's structured constitutionally, the formula. You will touch on those issues as well. Dr. Naidu? Please take it away.
Thank you very much, DG. Good morning to all of the chairpersons of the various committees on the call, all the honorable members from the different spheres of government. We wish to thank you for the opportunity to brief this joint committees on this very important matter at hand. The presentation that will be made is structured around 5 broad areas. Firstly, the background and structure, as the DG has just indicated, around the equitable share, the status of the first tranche transfers, but I'm just going to gloss over that. DG Duncan Peterson had copiously covered these matters. We'll touch on the work that we're jointly doing on credible indigent registers, the proposed process for implementing Section 216 going forward, and then responses to these very specific matters that were raised by the committees, followed by some recommendations that we will make at the end. The first section sets out the foundation. It explains what the local government equitable share is, how it is structured, and why the first tranche process has become a matter requiring joint attention by the Treasury, the Department of Cooperative Governance, provinces, and municipalities. As you will see in this slide, the equitable share is an unconditional transfer that supports municipalities to provide basic services and perform core local government functions. It is formula-driven, it is needs-based, and linked to the constitutional obligation to ensure equitable and sustainable access to basic services. The key point is that although the transfer is unconditional, it is still expected to support constitutional service delivery responsibilities, especially for poor and vulnerable households. And you would see that as the presentation is made, this is the golden thread that flows through the presentation. For the 26-27 financial year, the first tranche process must be understood in the context of the Division of Revenue framework and the requirements placed on municipalities to demonstrate compliance. You would see on the bottom right-hand side of the slide, the total equitable share allocation is 110, or just over 110 billion rand for the present financial year. I'm not going to go through this slide, the next, and the next, because it has been, like I've indicated, copiously covered by Dr. Peterson in his presentation. So perhaps a bit more time to spend on the joint work that we're doing on credible indigent registers. So this section deals with the joint National Treasury and DCOG circular on the matter. And we believe that this is central because the equitable share is intended to support poor households through free basic services, but that purpose is being undermined where municipalities do not maintain reliant indigent registers. So we paint a scenario in this slide of a fictitious municipality, ABC local municipality, which illustrates the problem very, very pointedly. So National Treasury's equitable share formula, as you would see on the left-hand side of the screen, deriving from Stats SA data, shows that this municipality has got 61,615 households, which is used for the basic services component. when determining the equitable share transfer that would be made to this municipality. But if one had to rely on the indigent register that is prevalent in this municipality, the indigent register in this municipality indicates it's got 2,575 households. So if the data maintained by the municipality is used, you probably would get just over 1.5 million rand vis-a-vis the 479 million rand that is transferred to the municipality based on the data obtained from Stats SA. So meaning that if we have to rely on municipal indigent data, there would be quite a skewed allocation that would be going to municipalities in relation to equitable share transfer. So it is a problem. And the solution that we're proposing is to strengthen system capability and then also third-party verification. So applicant and household information must be verified, we believe, against databases such as Home Affairs, SASSA, Department of Social Development, SARS, CIPC, Department of Employment and Labor, and also the Department of Small Business Development. The aim is to move from fragmented and unreliable registers to a modern, verified, and auditable indigent support system. So we know that in the National Treasury, for example, they have a program called Mzansi Exchange. We would want to see how we dive into that specific program, that system, to assist us to move to a position where we have an integrated data system that deals with specifically indigent, credible indigent registers in municipalities. So there was a joint circular that we had issued, which required all 234 municipalities to submit compliance information and implementation plans by the end of the third quarter, by the 30th of September last year. So this slide also highlights that Section 216, non-compliance, was going to be used as a withholding trigger where municipalities fail to demonstrate credible progress. The key point that we're making here is that the withholding trigger is linked to a broader reform objective, and that is ensuring that equitable share funds can be traced to intended indigent beneficiaries. The compliance assessment showed us that all 234 municipalities were required to submit information, but that which we were receiving were in many instances incomplete, inconsistent, and unverifiable. Approximately 2.8 million households were registered on municipal indigent registers nationally, against an estimated 11.2 million poor households. So this is a significant gap of about 8 million households and reinforces why credible indigent registers must become a compliance priority. So the way forward, we believe, must be collaborative. Both the department and National Treasury must strengthen compliance mechanisms, provide provincial support, conduct ongoing monitoring, and consider future enforcement where necessary. However, we believe that the immediate objective is to improve data integrity and targeting, while the longer-term objective must be to ensure that indigent households actually receive the basic services support funded through the equitable share. So the proposed process, we believe, should be built around 5 steps, which I'll go through in a moment. early identification and verification, consultation and engagement, joint assessment leading into recommendations, decision and notification, and implementation, monitoring, and review. We believe that this approach will be designed to ensure that withholding becomes transparent, fair, evidence-based, and protective of essential services. So step one is verification. We believe that before any notice of intention to withhold is issued, National Treasury and the department should jointly verify the alleged non-compliance using reliable supporting documentation, including payment arrangements, creditor records, council decisions, and other available evidence. So we believe through this would protect the process from error and ensure that enforcement action is based on accurate information. On step two, we believe that this should give municipalities a reasonable opportunity to make representations. So the current 7-day time frame is identified as inadequate because it leaves municipalities with limited time to collect evidence, consult internally, and engage creditors. A more reasonable period, we believe, is needed so that the representations are meaningful and not just procedural. Step three is consultation with the department as required under Section 38 of the MFMA. This consultation must be substantive and must consider each municipality's circumstances, recovery plan, representations, and service delivery risks. The slide also proposes a minimum 14 working days notice before a transfer date to enable proper consultation and administrative readiness. The fourth step, as indicated in the first half of the slide, deals with proportionality and monitoring. So before withholding, the likely impact on services must be assessed, and the Treasury should consider partial withholding rather than complete suspension where appropriate. So once a decision is made, municipalities must be monitored and funds should be released once compliance has been sufficiently addressed. So the effect of the proposed process is to align enforcement with constitutional principles. It promotes cooperative governance, fairness, proportionality, and transparent decision-making. The presentation then recommends that the department engage National Treasury to adopt this framework as the standard approach for future Section 216 decisions, especially where withholding could affect vulnerable communities. The next section deals specifically or responds directly to matters raised by the committees in the communique that we had received. The responses deal with the status of affected municipalities, operational impact, service delivery risks, support measures, provincial oversight, and where additional support is required. So firstly, around the matter relating to financial and governance status, we say that affected municipalities show common financial and governance weaknesses, and these include weak revenue collection, liquidity constraints, high creditor debt, unfunded budgets, aging infrastructure, and the high levels of UIFWE. Governance weaknesses include also poor audit outcomes, weak internal controls, instability, vacancies, and limited consequence management. The emphasis is that sustained improvement is required in financial management, governance, accountability, and compliance. The second matter raised by the committees, we say that the withholding of the equitable share may create cash flow shortages affecting operations, contracts, procurement, and infrastructure maintenance. It may also aggravate, we believe, debt accumulation and weaken municipalities' ability to respond to audit findings. Our key message here is that withholding must be understood as corrective and must be based on sufficient, reliable, and independently verifiable data to minimize unintended harm to governance and service delivery. On the third matter that was raised, the impact on basic services could be significant, we believe. Water, sanitation, electricity, refuse removal, roads, and community facilities may all be affected where municipalities face funding shortfalls. We believe, too, that indigent households are especially vulnerable because the equitable share supports free basic services. And for that reason, municipalities must prioritize indigent support, improve revenue management, and strengthen accountability while Section 216 is implemented with, once again, due regard to vulnerable communities. Fourthly, for municipalities already in financial distress, withholding may intensify pressure on ESCOM and water board obligations. It could increase penalties and interest and heighten the risk of legal action or disruption to bulk services. It may further also weaken local economies where suppliers are not paid. And here, the central point is that affected municipalities must implement credible financial recovery plans, strengthen expenditure controls, improve revenue collection, but also to maintain essential services. The fourth matter raised, we believe that national government, through the Treasury and the Department, must provide technical oversight, monitor MFMA and related compliance, assist with reversing negative audit findings, and continue deploying technical expertise through existing support mechanisms. We believe also that the provincial treasuries and the provincial COGTAs must provide hands-on support with recovery plans, governance structures, finance units, and creditor challenges that they face. SALGA must also augment government support and capacity programs. On the sixth matter relating to provincial monitoring and oversight mechanisms, we believe that provincial oversight must include structured engagements with councils, municipal managers, CFOs, and with the senior management in municipalities. Provinces must review Section 71 reports, audit action plans, risk registers, and performance reports with specific focus on high-risk municipalities. The emphasis here, we believe, is that oversight must be tied to clear accountability arrangements, measurable improvement targets, and consistent reporting. On the seventh matter that was raised by the committees, we believe that municipalities must respond to National Treasury letters, comply with conditions, and conclude payment arrangements where required. Funds should be released once measurable improvement is demonstrated, but that the DCOG's role must also be to strengthen IGR processes and help resolve disputes that may arise from municipal responses to National Treasury. So here too, we believe that SALGA should also support capacity building and also deal with compliance restoration. The eighth matter raised by the committees dealt with responding to additional legislative, administrative, and financial support. And we believe that additional support must be both firm and enabling. Legislatively, consequence management under the MFMA must be strengthened. That notwithstanding all of the measures that have been put in place as presented by DG Peterson. Administratively, we believe that specialists in finance, engineering, infrastructure, and governance should be deployed where weaknesses are severe. Clearly, municipalities require recovery support, creditor payment planning, and revenue announcement while protecting allocations for basic services and indigent households. We come to recommendations, and these recommendations, honorable members, we believe are deliberately framed for noting by the committees while also signaling key areas where coordinated action is required by the department, by National Treasury, provinces, municipalities, and SALGA. So we therefore recommend to the committees to note the structure of the local government equitable share, the developments relating to the 26-27 first tranche disbursements, the work that we are collaboratively dealing on credible indigent registers, the proposed Section 216 process as set out in the slides, and then also to note the responses that we provided to the specific matters raised by the committees. Our closing point is that enforcement must restore compliance while safeguarding essential services and protecting vulnerable communities. I'm going to stop here and then hand back to the DG to make any further comments should he so desire. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairpersons, members.
Thank you very much, Dr. Naidu. Maybe Dr. Naidu, we can go back to slide number 6. I know you have skipped that slide because Dr. Peterson has captured it. We want to believe that the real mischief, or rather the problem statement around these issues is here on this slide. I think Dr. Peterson spent a little bit of time on this matter. On the right-hand side, you have the creditors, water boards, ESCOM, SARS. Just to give one example on SARS, Titsobotla municipality, which is under administration, section 1397, has not been paying SARS, and SARS took a decision to attach the account. We had to negotiate with SARS on behalf of the municipality the new terms of payment so that the municipality can afford to pay salaries and to deliver services. What we were putting forward to SARS is that the municipality must be allowed to pay 10 million rands a month up until they have cleared the debt. This is an area which requires more attention. This slide number 6, water boards, they passing a cost-reflective tariff. We can argue about the affordability of that tariff, especially if households are also struggling, the disposable income of household is also under pressure. But in the world of credit management, you negotiate the terms with the creditor so that you don't end up in where we are right now. Section 216, as the minister put it, is the last resort. All of these things, Section 216 could have been avoided if there was a responsible engagement with the creditors. The other part which requires amplification is this area of unfunded budget. The minister talked to it as well, that this is the first step towards a slippery slope of misconduct. You end up with unauthorized expenditure. It is because the starting point was passing a budget that is not credible. So we're paying more attention on this particular item of passing credible budget. Remember, in the world of planning and budgeting in local government, these two have to talk to each other. You need to have credible plans to inform your credible budget so that you don't live beyond your means. So there are practical examples to avoid talking in general terms. There are practical examples of where we've intervened to deal with this matter. One example is Nelson Mandela Metro. We have 6 officials who are deployed to that municipality, accountants, auditors, engineers. The former city manager of Johannesburg, Mr. Mavela Dlamini, is leading our team there to deal with these issues. The same in Buffalo City. We have former municipal managers, former officials of provincial and national government who are assisting there. We've seen that the needle is beginning to move in Buffalo City. Consequence management is being implemented. There are executive directors who have been put on precautionary suspension. This is something that should have happened a long time ago because that UIFWE has been there for a very long time. So MPEC and the DC boards must function in order to deal with unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. And that's why we're listing it in this slide. So if you're looking for a problem statement, that problem statement, if you're looking for an executive summary on that problem statement, it is on this slide, slide number 6. Thank you very much, Chair. I'm going to hand over to the Minister.
The Honourable Minister, if you'd like to make your comments so we can close your presentation.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. I'm sufficiently covered for now. Thank you so much, Honourable Chair.
Thank you very much. May we then proceed to get the next presentation. May I invite the Financial and Fiscal Commission, Dr. Mbafa, if you could come on board. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chairperson. Good morning to the honorable members, and good morning to yourself, Chair, and all the chairpersons of all the committees, the members of Parliament, the ministers who are in the platform, the MECs, all the other colleagues. Thank you so much. All protocol observed. Chairperson, thank you so much for this opportunity. The Financial and Fiscal Commission appears before you today in terms of its constitutional mandate and also the FFC Act. Chairperson, it's very important to note that we have been here before as the Commission. Way back in 2015, we had the same challenges with regards to the equitable share and its stoppage. And the Commission briefed the committees in Parliament on its recommendations. And the parliamentary record, Chairperson, will show that at the time, the committees expressed concern about the consultation process, particularly the parliamentary consultation process. And they also expressed concern in 2015 about the decisions to withhold the local government equitable share. There were resolutions which were made at the time, and a report was also submitted. This is available on the parliamentary record, as the Commission will recommend that the research team in Parliament get that report and the recommendations thereof and table those in front of this committee to assist these committees with their deliberations. We are here now, Chairperson, 11 years later, in 2026, with the same issues that we discussed in 2015. We have received, Chairperson, the questions that we are going to deliberate on, the legal and constitutional basis, Parliament's role and the Section 39 safeguards that we're going to look at, also the impact on municipalities and basic services. We're also going to discuss our view on what a differentiated approach to oversight and support would look like, the structural drivers of municipal fiscal distress, the support that will be required from all stakeholders, and finally, what Parliament should require before approving any stopping. If you'll allow me, Chair, I think my network is the bandwidth. I might want to switch off the camera.
Please proceed.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. As we start, Chairperson, on this slide, slide 3, we just want to set the scene here to show the fiscal profile of the municipalities that we are interrogating. The balance sheets of the 69 municipalities through one lens. Who owes whom? These municipalities are owned approximately 218 billion by their own customers, and they in turn owe 97.4 billion, largely to Eskom and the water boards. But the number that should concern this committee mostly is this: only 4.8% of what is owed to them falls within the 30-day payment rule. The discipline that is supposed to keep this system solvent has gone unenforced for over a decade. So the withholding then comes on top of an environment where there is failure to collect and to pay. If we look on this slide, there are the conditional grants. We are saying here the conditional grants can be withheld by the executive. The unconditional local government equitable share can only be stopped by Parliament. And this is the legal heart of the matter, and the law draws a bright line. Conditional grants, the Schedule 4 and 5 allocations, can be withheld or even stopped by the executive under Section 17 and 18 of the Division of Revenue Act, because Parliament attached conditions to those grants in the first place. But the equitable share is different. It is a Schedule 3 grant, unconditional and constitutionally guaranteed. Neither the withholding power nor the stopping power in the DORA reaches it. The only lawful route to interrupt the equitable share is to stop it under Section 38 of the Municipal Finance Management Act, which permits stopping the equitable share only for a serious or persistent breach of the measures established under Section 216 of the Constitution, and as a last resort. Critically then, even that stopping is not the executive's to finalize alone. Section 39 of the MFMA requires Parliament's approval. So the law draws a bright line here. The executive may withhold conditional grants, but the unconditional equitable share can only be stopped, and only by Parliament. Now we're going to deal with the matter of the temporary withholding. Try to understand what is the temporary withholding and what is its statutory basis. The executive has borrowed its power from one part of the law and its vocabulary from another, and it cannot have both. The word withhold lives only in the Division of Revenue Act, where it governs conditional grants. The word stop is the constitutional verb used in Section 216 of the Constitution and the MFMA, and that verb carries its safeguards with it. The decision may be enforced immediately, but lapses retrospectively unless Parliament approves it within 30 days. The stopping itself lapses after 120 days unless Parliament renews it. Renewal is kept at 120 days at a time, and only Parliament can grant it. The Auditor General must report if Parliament requests it, and every municipality must be given an opportunity to state its case. Treasury's own media statement then contradicts itself. It announced a temporary withholding while citing the very provisions in which the word withhold never appears. And because the effect of the decision is to stop the equitable share, the full Section 38 to 39 machinery is already engaged. And therefore, the 30-day clock is already ticking. This slide here is showing what the words which were used by executive and the law side by side. So the slide simply places the executive's words next to the words of the law that it relied upon. When you read the provisions that were cited as the authority, Section 216 of the Constitution and Section 38 of the MFMA, they speak of stopping funds on strict grounds with safeguards, meaning the MFMA Section 38 will trigger Section 216. They do not authorize a temporary withholding of the equitable share. That power is nowhere in them. So the very authority the executive invoked does not support the labeling that it used. It contradicts it. So I would ask members then to just look at the slides and see what was said and look at also the legislation. Moving on to the next slide, Parliament's role. What is Parliament's role here and why Section 39 cannot be skipped? This slide is about your role as honorable members because Section 39 places this decision squarely in Parliament's hands. It is a mandatory safeguard on a 30-day clock, triggered by the effect of stopping the equitable share, whatever you call the decision, whether you call it a withholding of the fund, but once you invoke Section 216, it means that the parliamentary process has to kick in. Within those 30 days, Parliament must approve the stopping or it lapses retrospectively. The stopping itself lapses after 120 days unless Parliament renews it for no more than 120 days at a time. Before Parliament approves, the Auditor General must report if Parliament so requested, and each affected municipality must be given an opportunity to state its case before a committee. That is 69 municipalities, and in principle, 69 hearings that must be done. And the legislated transfer dates are not negotiable either. The first tranche was due on the 8th of July, which has now been stopped. So let me be very clear on one point. The lapse is not lawfulness. If the 30 days are simply allowed to expire, that does not retrospectively make an unlawful interruption lawful. The safeguard must be positively discharged. On this next slide here, we say what the decision means on the ground. What does it mean now that the decision has been taken? Now, to the human consequences, what is happening? Because the equitable share is not an abstraction. It is a funding line for free basic services. 3.7 million indigent households across these 69 municipalities depend on it for free basic water, electricity, sanitation, and refuse removal. And the interruption lands hardest where there is no cushion. 15 of these municipalities already have 0 months of cash coverage. 6 more cannot even report, and 20 sit below a single month. With more than 6 billion rand owed to Eskom and the water boards. The risk of disconnection and the water cartage passes straight to the residents of those municipalities. So the Commission's view is direct. When you stop this transfer, the first casualties are not the councillors or salaries of officials. They are the water treatment chemicals, the bulk electricity that needs to be supplied, and also the indigent subsidy. So the withholding transfers then the sanction from the officials who caused the breach to the residents who did not. Our analysis in this slide show that at least 15 municipalities cannot even fund a single month at this point. So this slide puts to bear the fact that there is a liquidity crisis here. 15 of these municipalities have 0 cash coverage, and this is not trouble that is coming. It is actually a fact. It is a failure itself here and now. 15 have 0 months of coverage. 14 are already in negative cash, a combined deficit of about 4.65 billion rand. And the distress is also concentrated because our analysis shows that the Free State and the Eastern Cape carry most of it, with the deepest holes at Mfuleni at minus 1.2 billion, Machabeng at minus 1 billion. These are municipalities that depend on the next transfer arriving on time simply to keep the lights on. To stop that transfer is to remove the only liquidity they have left. Here we are looking at on both sides of what is owed and who's owing whom. So it is tempting to look at these balance sheets and conclude the municipalities are fine. On paper, they are net creditors to the tune of 120 billion rand. But that reading is a trap because the asset is an illusion and the liability is real. Of the 218 billion owed to them, nearly 90% is older than 90 days. And 133.8 billion has already been written off as uncollectible this year alone. Meanwhile, of what they owe, more than 60 billion is bulk electricity and water. And Eskom and the water boards do not impair that the way a municipality or auditor will do. They disconnect. So the net creditor position is misleading. The money coming in is stale and largely gone, while the money that they have to pay is hard and enforceable. So whatever is owed to them, it may never be recovered, but they still have to pay money to the water boards and to Eskom as well. In these slides, we say, who owes the municipalities exactly? These 69 municipalities that are being owed 218 billion. So if you open up that 218 billion, we see that the collection failure is broad-based. It is not simply a poverty story. Households, obviously, in this slide, we can see they owe the largest share, 158 billion, collectively to these municipalities. And much of that is genuinely a signal of social distress. But it is also the product of a decade of dormant credit control. We also see in this slide that commercial businesses owe these municipalities 46 billion rand. These are customers who can actually pay and are simply not being made to pay. And ironically, organs of state, government departments, state entities owe these 69 municipalities 11.6 billion rand, almost 90% of it more than 90 days old. So the state is among the worst payers of the state. So the point for this committee then is that the shortfall is not caused only by the residents who cannot pay. A great deal of it is owed by those who can pay but are refusing to pay. And now we want to talk about the 30-day rule and the fact that it is not uniformly applied. Our analysis shows that almost nobody pays the municipalities on time. This slide shows the collection side of the 30-day rule. And it's broken down by customer group. And across every single group, you can only see that it's only a small percentage which sits within the 30-day window. 158 billion, 157.8 billion of the debtors book is more than a year old, which is beyond any realistic collection cycle. And 133.8 billion has already been impaired as bad debt for this year. That last figure is significant because it is not our estimate. It is the municipality's own auditors conceding that the money is gone. This is one half of a two-sided payment breakdown, which I'll also show in the other slide as well. And now to the most interesting slide. The state does not pay the state. This slide, I would suggest, honorable members, goes to the fairness of the whole exercise. National Treasury has sanctioned municipalities for failing to honor their obligations, yet national and provincial departments themselves owe those same municipalities, the 69 municipalities, 11.6 billion rand, and only 4.4% of it is paid within 30 days, despite Treasury's own binding 30-day instruction. Almost 90% is more than 90 days old, and 8.3 billion is over a year overdue. So the enforcement then is asymmetric. It's not uniform. It's not equal. The smallest and weakest sphere of government faces the hardest instrument, while the state's own arrears to municipalities attract no equivalent sanction whatsoever. If the 30-day rule is worth enforcing against struggling municipalities, it must be worth enforcing against all national departments. This slide, Chairperson and members, is very insightful. It shows that there is money that could be easily collected. The low-hanging fruit has not been collected. Commercial businesses owe these 69 municipalities 46 billion. And these municipalities, unlike indigent households, these are debtors who are traceable, who are known. These are debtors who are solvent. They have the money, they are going concerns. These are debtors who can be disconnected if there is a will. Under the legislation, Chair and members, these commercial businesses can be subjected to credit control, disconnection, and legal recovery. The fact that 30.6 billion of this sits more than a year old tells us that those remedies are simply not being used. And here is the direct link to today's debate. Every rand a municipality fails to collect from a paying business is a rand that they need from the equitable share, that they depend on to cover the gap. So the very grant that Treasury is now withholding from these communities. So the answer then is to enforce collection through the right instruments, not to attach conditions to an unconditional grant. And then we go back to the 30-day rule, but now we look on the other side. We concede. Municipalities don't pay their bills either. Because this means that they are also in breach. Section 65 of the MFMA obliges them to pay their creditors within 30 days. And where we have the aging detail on our analysis, only about 10% of what they owe is paid on time. So roughly 90% of the value is in breach of the law. And when you look at where that money is owed, it is owed overwhelmingly to bulk services, to ESCOM for the 2.9 billion by these 69 municipalities, and also to the water boards, together about 3/4 of their aged creditors. So this tells us something important about the nature of this dispute. It is fundamentally about what they owe ESCOM and the water board. So it's about the arrears of ESCOM and the water board. And it should be addressed correctly as such. And then we move, Chair, as I'm going towards closing, we look now at the provincial picture where the breakdown is deepest. Two provinces really frame this crisis that we are looking at here, and they frame it differently. The Free State is in fact underwater. It is the only province whose municipalities owe more than they are owed, 41.6 billion against 37.9 billion. And that is driven squarely by ESCOM and water board areas. Gauteng, by contrast, carries the debtors book, 98 billion rand. 45% of everything owed to these 69 municipalities sits in Gauteng. And 50.8 billion of that is household arrears in Johannesburg alone. So what is the lesson here then? The lesson for policy then is straightforward. Two provinces, two completely different problems. So there cannot be a single uniform national instrument that can be right for both of them. So we have to treat them differently. This slide, we look here on the instruments that can be used within these 69 different municipalities. And here, this brings me to the core of our advice on a differentiated approach. So these 69 municipalities are not homogeneous, and the ranges on the slides prove it. Cash coverage runs from 0 months to 116 months. The dependency on the grant is from 9%, some of them entirely depend on the grant, which is 100%. And owned revenue ranges from 2% of transfers, if you have to compare that, own revenue vis-a-vis the grant. It ranges from 2% to over 400%. So the same blunt instrument was applied to an insolvent municipality. And also the same blunt instrument was also applied to another municipality, which has 10 years worth of cash. That cannot be right. So our recommendation is to tier the response to the actual driver. So the structurally constrained are entitled to targeted institutional support under Section 154, not a sanction. The genuine governance failures warrant that there must be an escalating
Recording stopped.
and consequence management. And those in mixed distress areas need to also have sequence support with enforceable milestones before any fiscal instrument is even considered. As I go to the last few slides, I have 2 more slides to go. So what are the structural drivers then beneath this distress? In fairness, Chair and members, we must ask what is really causing this distress. And our answer holds two truths at once. So the structural constraints are real. Local governments, we know, carries heavy service mandates against the smallest slice of nationally raised revenue. It performs unfunded and underfunded mandates that quietly eat into the equitable share. And more than 40 of the 69 municipalities here simply have weak own revenue bases. We do not dismiss any of that. But, and this is the decisive point, those constraints cannot explain the scale and persistence of this deterioration. So the decisive driver then is recurring financial management failure, operating over spans of 300 to over 1,200% against approved budgets. Unauthorized and irregular expenditure, 133 billion impaired in a single year. So looking at all this then, no adjustment to even the formula itself can absorb a municipality spending 12 times more than it's supposed to on its allocation. So the binding constraint here is financial stewardship. That's what we need to look at, not only funding. And then looking at where we've been over the years, this picture shows that in spite of all the instruments we have implemented over a course of time, it shows that we have been here before since 2015, for example. So since 2015, we have seen ESCOM disconnection campaigns, intergovernmental task teams, repeated withholdings of conditional grants, ESCOM payments arrangements, debt relief frameworks, treasury regulation circulars on funded budgets, and a full ESCOM municipal debt relief program. Instrument after instrument. And through all of it, the arrears did not shrink. They compounded, in some periods nearly doubling. So July 2026, where we are now, repeats the same pattern, except this time the instrument is aimed at an unconditional grant. And this stoppage then lands on municipalities who have almost 218 billion, which is uncollected, and sitting with 97.4 billion, which they have not paid. So as I conclude, Chair, this slide is to say that the intergovernmental fiscal relations system actually owes the 69 municipalities support rather than sanction them. So if sanction alone has failed for a decade, then the honest question is what support the system owes these municipalities then? It is a shared responsibility. National Treasury should prescribe a clear grant interruption procedure in the DORA, which right now is not clear or is not even coherent. It should publish objective criteria in the DORA before reaching for any fiscal instrument, and also sequence support before sanctions for the structural constraint. And then National COGTA, they should lead the Section 154 capacity support. They should ensure that there is revenue management, the indigent registers are maintained and updated, there is credit control systems, and coordinate also the Section 139 framework so that fiscal instruments are genuinely the last resort. Provincial treasuries must enforce the 30-day rule on their own departments and make sure that these departments pay their arrears within 30 days. Not only on audit, but they should pay these amounts on a monthly basis. And provincial COGTA as well must trigger and resource Section 139 recovery plans where governance has failed, and actually pursue consequence management and governance against these belligerent accounting officers who have failed to comply. So we need support and enforcement working together. We need to work together in the intergovernmental fiscal relations space and not in silos. And that is what has been missing. Finally, Chair, these are our recommendations. As we have done the analysis. So our recommendations run essentially on two tracks. So let's remedy the stoppage of the equitable share lawfully and make sure that we fix the framework so that we do not come back here again, because we were here in 2015, now we are here again in 2026. For the here and now, where we are now, we recommend that the stoppage of the equitable share must be regularized through the proper MFMA Section 38 route, as triggered by Section 216, with the Section 39 parliamentary process discharged in full, that the officials who are responsible for non-compliance and financial mismanagement, that these officials must be held accountable, and that there must be consequence management as provided for in the MFMA, that there must be investigations, recovery of losses, and public reporting must actually follow. The public must know that these officials are being held accountable. And most importantly, Chair and members, what is important is that the free basic services that are owed to the people, to the indigent, must be given to them as we have promised. And structurally, we also recommend that we need to amend the DORA to prescribe the procedure for if we have to interrupt the equitable share, it must be clear in the DORA. It must be coherent and clear and understood. And then we need to close that gap of the misinterpretation of the word withholding, because that word withholding is being exploited here. And that word, it needs to be made sure that we use the right labeling. It is a stoppage of the equitable share, and it needs to be aligned with Section 38 and Section 39 in a clear and coherent process. Finally, as we conclude, Chair, our recommendations then, based on the evidence that we have presented, are the following. The local government equitable share, we believe that it funds free basic services for 3.7 million indigent households. So withholding it punishes the residents for arrears that they did not create, while there is money lying on the table which has not been collected from businesses and also from the state, which owes these municipalities. And we also need to enforce the 3-day rule equally, symmetrically. So we have to apply the PFMA Section 38 for the government departments equally to them as well as we are applying it to the municipalities. And we have to also protect the integrity of an unconditional local equitable share, because it remains unconditional according to the Constitution and to the Act. It is unconditional. So the DORA provides only for its stopping under a strict process. And we need to be clear that withholding, the word withholding, only applies to conditional grants. The last recommendation is to make sure that we hold the people who are responsible, not the communities that should be receiving these services. So the people who are belligerent, the people who have not complied, the officials, the public
Recording in
office bearers
progress.
have to be held accountable. Thank you so much, Chair. I think I'll stop here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mpava.
Chair. Chair, sorry, Chair.
Yes?
Yeah,
Can I
yeah.
just make a comment before we proceed?
Okay, no problem, Chair.
Yeah. Firstly, let me say thank you, Dr. Mpava, on this matter. And I do want to apologize. I have a problem with signal, so I will not be showing. We're just trying to sort out power on my side. Secondly, we have actually requested a legal interpretation by the parliamentary legal team on this matter. After Salga, I'm going to ask them to indicate where they are. Particularly, we had picked up that there's a difference in the approach and interpretation on this particular matter. And so the legal team is going to comment as soon as Salga is done, and thereafter we'll go into the discussion. So I will be asking the president of Salga to come in, but can I then entertain the hand? I couldn't tell who was speaking. I've just been trying to sort my gadget out. So whoever was speaking, please come in.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. You might not even see my hand because
Okay, I can see your hand now.
leg is beautiful.
That's right. Is that
No,
Honorable Mawute?
okay, Chair.
Yes, please proceed. Proceed. Yes, please proceed.
Dr. Masongane will help you with my surname. No. I wanted to say
Sorry.
we welcome the presentation by Dr. Mpava, but she forgot to make the final and a closing remark to say the withholding by the Minister or National Treasury will be illegal, unlawful, and irrational, and therefore the Minister must release the funds immediately. That should have been the closing remark.
Okay,
Which we
you're
as the
starting the debate. We're not.
which we as the EFF
We're not
fully
there
support.
yet.
Chair.
We're gonna
Thank you.
come. We're not there yet. We're gonna come to that issue. In the meantime, that's for debate. So I'll note that you want to talk at that point. Honorable Sikwati, again, we're not debating that. Let's hear your intervention. All right. If you,
Chair, I was actually I'm raising my hand because you are raising issues of interpretation, and I thought if this session is going to really try to deal with the semantics that are being raised in the meeting, we will not be able to focus on finding solutions to this matter, because
okay,
clearly what has been
can I
raised is
ask you
more
the same way?
semantic. Right.
Can I ask you the same way as Honorable Mawute? You want to start the discussion? Let's hold on until Salga is done, and then I'll note your hands after that. I understand what you have to raise.
Yeah, he's also not saying anything, Chair. So he
No,
must sit
no,
down.
no. Honorable Mawute, look, you're going to have to try and behave. So let's proceed. Let's get the president of Salga to do the presentation.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to you and other chairpersons of various committees of Parliament. And of course, special greetings to Minister of Finance and Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. And greetings to the Chair and the entire FFC. And of course, I must greet the members of Parliament who are in the platform, and of course, SALGA team led by the Deputy President. Chair, thank you very much for inviting us on this important meeting. This meeting, it begins to respond to what the voters have went out in 2024 and vote for members of parliament. That members of parliament must hold each and everyone accountable, that inclusive of local government and departments, as the representatives of the general populace of the Republic. And therefore, calling us here as local government association, we are seeing that you are really performing what you are expected by voters to perform in representing their interest. And of course, as South African local government, the news of withholding the equitable share, it didn't find us with shock because the Minister of Finance at the early beginning of this period, when they notified us and we identify the problems with regard to the approach that they wanted to take. And of course, it was at a time of 9,900 municipalities in the country. And we encouraged at that time the importance of entering into this terrain collaboratively and cooperatively. And it is important that the government as a whole must work united on matters in addressing the challenges that the communities are facing. And therefore, we really appreciate this presentation. Our presentation, Chair, is going to detail a number of things and highlight the weaknesses of cooperative governance. In fact, in my view personally, seemingly cooperative governance is not really cooperative governance, but is the word that we always relate to, but we are not in action seeing ourselves acting together as cooperative governance in different spheres of government, i.e., just recently, and I wish to convey our gratitude to the Premier of the Gauteng after the incident in Lesedi local municipality, where a mayor of the municipality's house was burnt down, despite the initiative of trying to engage other spheres of government, more in particular entities of state, to collaborate with him in resolving the challenges of communities. And unfortunately, that neglect on the part of the entities of state to enter into collaboration and engage and display how arrogant and how powerful are they, irrespective of levels of government. And the mayor's house was burned. 2 people in the communities lost their lives. And I'm coining this because I want to show an issue that matters that are faced by local government are matters that has been, in our view, a systemic challenges, and that have been there for over a period of time. And of course, I think, Chair and many of members of parliament, because you are coming from a period of trying to liberate yourselves in the country, it was yourselves who said people must not pay. So that they must collapse at the government. And that is why today we are not surprised to seeing in the 46 municipalities about 11 billion rand is owed by government. It's the same people that were campaigning that services of government must not be paid, and therefore they are in government, and therefore there is nothing to pay in local government because we still need to contribute in collapsing local government. Systematically, it's a process that we need, all of us, to deal with. And unfortunately, on the slides, we are going to show you one of the issues that we are going to show you, Chair, is the devastating impact of the decision to withhold the equitable share. In the urban municipalities, it might be counting about 4% of it, a very meager percentage. Probably they've got a revenue base that is a little bit larger and bigger, but we can work on that issue. In the rural municipalities, where most of the indigent of our communities or disadvantaged areas, where there is no revenue base, it's 100%. This withholding, it accounts to 100%. And that's what is going to happen. We are going to see another March on March and in communities and spend money in trying to protect the service centers that we are operating in our communities. And this, to us, it's a matter that it's so painful. And of course, we must try to find a solution out of it. I will request with that, Chair, Zamo to lead our presentation on this matter. Thank you very much. And Zamo, can you please lead on these discussions? Samo.
Yes, please proceed with the presentation.
No, thank you very much, President, and good afternoon to the chairperson of the session and other chairpersons, ministers and MECs that are present with us, honorable members of parliament, the leadership of the two entities that are invited, being SALGA and FFC, as well as the colleagues. Chairperson, there are a few things that we want to, as SALGA, present to the joint committees. Firstly, as the letter that we received from your office, we need to highlight the impact of withholding the equitable share, not only to municipalities, but to the local communities as well as businesses. We also will want to highlight the structural factors, as the president of SALGA has started to talk to, that limit municipalities consistently complying with the MFMA. There are issues that really structural are contributing to that. And then we look at the programs that as SALGA we are running, helping municipalities, and also highlight additional support that we believe municipalities require, and then we'll make some recommendations. So as the impact, really, you start with municipalities. Has been highlighted that when you look at the 69 municipalities, the concentration of those municipalities is in Free State, Northwest, as well as Northern Cape. We know that the initial list of 99 was bigger than this, but the fact that there's that high concentration in those provinces, it talks to the structural challenges that are faced by those municipalities, which is something that as SALGA, we are very much concerned about. Then the figures that we have been able to collect looking at the 69 municipalities, the amount of money that has been withheld over that time. However, the most important point to make on this slides, Chair, is the number of poor households that are in these municipalities. We are talking about more than 3 million households. If you multiply that factor by the number of people in the households, you'll see the population that get to be affected. And looking at the numbers of how much is owed by these municipalities, these are the figures at the end of July, only for the 69 municipalities that we are talking about. But as FFC have done, we then look at this number and compare to what the municipalities are owed. If you can go to the next slide, please. So this number for us is quite important to note that by the end of March, if we are talking about 218 billion that is owed to the 69 municipalities, the point that has been emphasized is that households, it shows that there is a problem there. We talk about the economy, we talk about the number of people who are not paying municipalities. Some of them are able to pay, but that not collected. However, there's a huge number of people who cannot afford. We can't take that for granted because there's a number of people that can't just afford to pay, which then puts municipalities in the condition that they are in. Obviously, it's the issue of the organs of state, which is also a very undesirable situation to find ourselves on. We are aware of the efforts that have been started working together with COGTA and led by Minister of Finance to talk to the departments. But really, this is a thing that we should not even have had in the first place, where our own state departments and SOEs are owing municipalities. Is something that we just have to deal with as a matter of fact. So moving forward, we then look at what it means. This decision, what does it mean at a municipality. First of all, you look at the cash flow. The delay payments reduce operating liquidity. It means that we have to prioritize some of the emergencies that we should be dealing with. And who's affected? We believe that the rural and distressed municipalities are mostly affected. The reason we say that, we do know that these municipalities do not have any other credible source of income except to rely on what is coming from the equitable share. So depriving them that opportunity has a very irreparable impact not only to the municipality but to the communities around. Then we look at the basic services, deferred maintenance, weaker response to water, sanitation, and electricity, and again, high indigent municipalities without any other income will be heavily affected. When we talk about the creditors, I make a point that really here we are making a bad situation worse. If these municipalities are already owing water boards, are already owing ESCOM, this can only make the situation worse. Now, taking into account that if there are people who are getting free services, those basic free services are reliant and are only funded by the equitable share. And in the absence of that, it means that those services will have been deprived to those members of community. And the issue of governance is a very important issue to highlight. It has been highlighted by all the presenters before me, where we are talking about our own municipalities ensuring that the UIFW we just deal with those matters. When there are plans and we have to execute those plans, we have to take consequences management. We need to enforce that part. Because in the absence of that, we are talking about the public confidence that we are losing, because really municipalities are out there in the public domain. The businesses that are in the space, if they lose confidence in our municipalities, we are all losers at the end of the day. So there's the impact of withholding the funds to the municipalities. If we were to take that further and now zoom in to what it means to residents and poor households. Slow responses to service faults, reduce infrastructure maintenance, delay, refuse removal, and weaker community services directly impacting to the residents. Those basic services, as we have said, they will be taken away for that period of time when municipalities can't afford them. Is a big issue, as well as the service delivery. The point that we are emphasizing, Chair, is that it's worse for rural municipalities because they don't have any other alternative. You can move to the next slide. The next slide is then talking about the local economy. Firstly, there are people that are employed by the municipalities. If they are not getting their salaries, what does it mean? 2 years ago, as SALGA, we were celebrating signing an agreement with unions for the next 5 years, and we were really quite happy and optimistic that that will mean that there will be some stability in the sector. But when people are starting to fail to get their salaries because of cash flow problems, it means that all that hard work that has led to that 5-year agreement will really be compromised. We know about the strikes that we have seen on the street, but mainly led by SAMU, is really threatening the stability of the sector. Above that, people who are working in those companies that are now threatened, if they were to move out because they do no longer believe in that particular municipalities, we may see more and more people losing their jobs. And the impact of that, it means that the few people that were able to pay for the services will actually be out of that possibility, meaning that we have more and more people who will be stranded on the street, failing to pay for the services. And then we talk about the contractors. The point that has been made that a number of municipalities are already struggling to honor the 30 days payment. Now, with the cash flow problem, it means that the situation can actually get worse. So we are saying really that those contractors, those small SMMEs will be heavily affected if we do not address this problem as soon as possible. You can move to the next one. So we are saying that municipalities have challenges. I think one will want to spend a bit of time on this slide because we think it's very important for us to be on the same page. So the illustration here is that when you look at that red part, that is the CBD of a small town within a rural area. That's the only place where there's a meaningful commercial activity that is taking place. And the highlighted area just adjacent on that, on the right-hand side, that's the urban area. That's the part of the area where the citizens are able to pay rates. But what does it mean? You basically have a small commercial area, a small residential area paying the rates. This municipality, probably years ago, it was a standalone municipality. But when we are doing amalgamation, it meant that all other areas that are rural become part of this municipality. So you say that how is municipality funded? You have to buy power from ESCOM and sell power to make some income. But this small municipality doesn't do that because ESCOM is selling directly to the residents. Number two, the water, you can't generate any money from water because that function is held by a district. What it means is that this municipality has two main sources of income. One is the property rates that are coming from that limited number of people that are able to pay, the urban as well as commercial. Number two is the equitable share. But the same municipality is expected to provide service not only on the urban part of the town, but in the rural areas as well. If we were to look at it, those municipalities in the rural part of this picture will have been incorporated to make one big municipality, meaning that the rate base is so small, yet it's expected for this municipality to supply services to everyone else. And we are saying that this is a structural challenge that municipalities are faced with. If it's not addressed, it can only get worse. What we are dealing with today will probably be worse going forward because the ability of this municipality really to support everyone becomes that difficult. When you move to the next slide, it's a similar picture, but we are looking for a bigger municipality, urban municipality, metro, if you will. In here, on the left-hand side, is the urban part of the municipality. That's where the properties are coming from. Then we've got the CBD, and we know that our CBDs have their own problems because they are decaying and not much is coming out of there if you take out the commercial, but you look at the residential part. So that becomes a problem. But the biggest problem is what you have on the right-hand side because that's a township, and we know that in the township, there are a number of people living in the squatter camps who cannot afford to pay. And this is where you find that the metering becomes a problem because we've got other social issues that we are dealing with, which means that for a municipality, the ability to collect in the township is a big challenge. And this challenge cannot be addressed only by the municipality. It requires the whole of government to deal with this because it's a social issue that we are dealing with. So the problem, as much as we are saying, is bigger for the rural municipality, but we cannot take away the metros. The metros have serious issues that they are faced with because of the number of people that cannot afford to pay that they have to cater for as well. You can move to the next slide. So the structural drivers of the financial distress, we are making a point about the legacy of the amalgamating of municipalities when the number was reduced from 284 to 257. We are saying that there are a number of municipalities that standing alone were not performing, but they were combined or amalgamated to some municipalities that standing alone were very viable. But combined, the net effect is that this new municipality really is not financially viable. So the sustainability becomes an issue. There's another issue that we want to highlight to the committees to note, the issue of the tariffing. When it deal with the issues of electricity, there are three issues, Chair, that we need to note there. That number one, if you look at how much the ESCOM tariff has been approved by NERSA over the past few years, you will see that they've been able to get a tariff increase that is much higher than what municipalities have been able to get. So that already creates a gap. Even if you are running your own business, when your cost of production is higher than what you are able to generate from the market, we are just going to fail before you start. But to make things worse is that the timing, ESCOM new tariff kicks in April, and then the municipalities' new budgets and new tariffs will kick in July. That 3 months gap is a problem. It's a serious problem because of the gap that is creating. As if that is not enough, the structure of the tariff is also problematic. Eskom has what we call a time of use tariff. The time of use tariff means that there's a rate that they will charge in summer, and in winter, that rate can be 3 times more. Yet the municipality is charging a flat rate. So that gap means that a municipality will not be able to generate money that will cover the cost of its bulk service. So that's the issue that needs to be addressed, because really it's not helping a municipality in any way. Coming back to the issue of water tariffs, we have raised an issue that here it becomes very difficult for a municipality to even negotiate that tariff with the water supplier. And it makes it worse. At least with the Eskom, with electricity, you've got an independent regulator where you can actually object and be able to fight. Whether you win or not is another issue, but at least there's a platform to negotiate the tariff. But with water, there's no such. So we are really saying as SALGA that it's a consideration that needs to be made to say, where do we engage with the water boards to negotiate these salaries? Because otherwise it compromises the planning from the municipality's point of view when we want to be able to close the gap. Remember that for a municipality, when you want to increase the tariffs, you have to subject it to a council, and you have to present it to the general public. And in the main instances, they will not accept anything that is above inflation. Then you start to have all the social ills that we start to experience with the strikes and the likes, because the committee may not be happy with what we are proposing. You can move to the next one. So as SALGA, we have taken time to engage with municipalities, and we wanted to find out what they consider to be the problems from their side, because the issue of compliance is that important. So the first thing that is raised there is that water and electricity losses. We know that what is classified as non-revenue water is as high as 50% in some instances, which talks about the infrastructure that is decaying. And a number of municipalities find it difficult to really have enough capital to fix that infrastructure, because the balance sheet is so weak, it becomes very difficult to go to a commercial sector and raise funding for that. And it is a very big issue, because you buy 100, but can only receive income for 50 because the balance is lost in the process. The collection rate is an issue that we have raised, very high in the rural communities where you can only collect 50% or less in some of the municipalities. That's what they presented to us. And then the other issue that we need to highlight is the fact that when a municipality is supplying electricity, is able to use that as a credit control, meaning that if I don't pay for rates, I don't pay for water, you can switch off my electricity, then I'll come running to pay. But in the instance where Eskom is a supplier, you can't do that. Then what do you do as a municipality? Take the case of Soweto. If people are not paying for rates, not paying for electricity, what can a municipality do? Because the electricity is supplied by Eskom. Eskom is not interested in that. They are not playing a game where we can actually work together to help in that credit control. It's an issue that needs to be addressed really, because in the absence of anything else, a municipality has a problem in terms of the credit control. The issue of water boards and other SOEs owing local municipalities, a lot has been said about that. I'll skip that part. Then the other part within the municipalities is that some of the free basic services funding for water is sitting at a district level. And then you'll find that some of the money should have been gone to the local municipalities. And that discrepancy is causing some of the municipalities to struggle. And I think it's an issue that requires some sort of an attention. And then the issue of other costs, really, if you go to the next page, that the municipalities cannot control. The issue of the salary bill, that the salary bill keeps increasing and it's becoming very difficult for a municipality to manage, and it's taking quite a lot of share in terms of the operating cost. Remember that municipalities do not have at a local level an ability to negotiate those bills. Is something that is done at the bargaining council. They just take what comes to them, and it becomes that difficult. Here, the issue of UIFW, a very critical issue that when we engage with municipality, we emphasize to them that this is a no-no. It's not something that we can keep moving forward with it. They then put forward an issue that even in the instances where they try to deal with these matters, new matters keep popping up, and some of them are recurring issues. But the issue of discipline in this regard is becoming very important. Then the last point there, I think that's the issue that we are all addressing, working with the provincial treasuries as COGTA, to say that some of the information that was submitted, municipalities were saying that some of it was not taken into account when the decision making was made. So we have been sitting with various municipalities trying to validate whether that statement is true, and in the case where there are shortcomings, addressing them. So as SALGA, this is some of the work that we do, not only to address the current problem, but just generally to help municipalities. We look at the issue of the cost of supply. We have looked at the electricity. To remember that last year or year before, there was a court case brought forward by AfriForum where some of the tariff increases by municipalities were deemed to be illegal because they didn't do cost of supply studies. So we have worked hard with municipalities to help them to improve in that regard. That's why you find that the tariff applications have now been improved because of the cost of supply studies, as well as the capacity building on various issues, revenue management, funded budget, cost containment is the work that SALGA is very much involved when we work with municipalities. Then the other big issue there is the negotiation with institutions like water boards and ESCOM. The point that was made earlier on that once you sign that agreement, you have to honor it. So our role really is to ensure and assist municipalities in ensuring that what they sign for is something that they can afford. Because what we do not want is to see a municipality getting into an agreement that they cannot honor, because that will mean that it's a solution for a month or two, but beyond that, you cannot do. So we are really working with municipalities to help them in this negotiation. The biggest issue at the moment is the issue with ESCOM, that a number of municipalities are engaging with ESCOM, trying to put together decent payment plans. So that's one of the support that SALGA is providing. Can we move to the next one? So looking at the short term, the work that we are currently busy with, as I've said, working with the Provincial National Treasury and COGTA, is to validate the information that has been submitted and ensuring that all municipalities are able to submit as soon as possible. And the call that we are really making is that when we have to take these hard measures in ensuring discipline, we try to protect free basic services and indigent support. It cannot be that really this part of our community are the worst affected because of actions of other people. So we have to find a way really of protecting that. One of the recommendations that we were considering is to say perhaps to Treasury, we need to perhaps find a way of paying ESCOM directly for the free basic services instead of getting it through municipality, especially in the instance where there's a possibility of withholding some of the funding. The service must continue. It's one of the things that we are putting forward as a possibility. I've mentioned the issue of repayment plan and working out all that. And in the medium term, we are saying that really the issue of managing this UIFW must not just be left to one municipality. Maybe at a district level, we need to find a way of really working with all those municipalities and within a district to find a way to give capacity and enforce some sort of discipline in that regard and to improve some of the cash flow. So I mentioned the issue of the cost of supply studies that we are already doing for electricity. We'll be starting to do similar for water. The point that is important for us to note is that when we do these cost of supply studies, especially what we have seen in electricity, is that if we were to actually try to design tariffs based on what comes from this cost of supply studies, some of these tariffs will have to be increased at a much higher rate than what we are doing now, which is impossible. But it's still important for a municipality to know how much it costs for it to provide that supply, including the bulk cost as well as the maintenance cost of the infrastructure to provide that service. So it's something that we'll be starting soon to work in. With regard to other sister organization, we are saying that we have to really work hard. And prompt release of withheld transfers is important, that the credible remedy conditions are verified so that we don't delay. So when that letter comes out, it must have been supported by detailed analysis for a particular municipality, because it must not come as a shock. And it's something that is already happening in other areas. We know that when we work with Auditor General, you start to get a management report and you get the time to correct some of the stuff before the final report comes in. So it must not come as a surprise. It requires that working with National Treasury, we intensify that part. Obviously, the extension of that is that a lot of work is done at the provincial treasuries. The issue of supporting and ensuring that municipalities are coming up with credible and funded budget is a function that has to be intensified at that level. Obviously, working with COGTA, they lead us in the space where the technical support that is given and the recovery plans are done correctly, and the consequence management is enforced as required. So jointly, we want to propose that there has to be some sort of a mechanism where we can resolve some of the data disputes, because you don't want, when information is submitted, you have a situation where people are still questioning whether the credibility of information is correct or not. Rather, the fight is that the information demonstrates that there are problems. We must not debate about the quality of the information. So using Section 71 with the early warnings, that will be important, because when you get that letter 2 weeks before, it becomes that difficult. But if we do it over time, it will be really supported by SALCA. Let's move to the next one. So these are the recommendations that we want to table to the committee. One is that we want the committee to note the implications and risks that arise from withholding the municipality equitable share. So really, those implications, the impact and the risk, have to be taken into account when a decision is made. That's number one, what we want to propose. Number two, we want to propose that we establish a mechanism comprised of National Treasury, COGTA, provincial treasuries, and SALCA to resolve some of the disputes that are coming through when some of this information is submitted. Number three, we are saying that any future decision on the municipal equitable share should first require a municipality-specific assessment of non-compliant causes, service delivery impact, and needed support upholding cooperative governance. So we are saying that it's a very difficult thing to deal with, and the implications are that hard for a municipality to deal with. So we require really that we do it in a manner that is more protective than a manner that is punitive. So that's what we want to propose. Then national and provincial government must provide targeted, practical, and sustained support to struggling municipalities in line with Section 154. I think this point has been made by other colleagues from other presentation. But what we want to add there is that it must be more coordinated, measurable, and effective than previous interventions. Why we want to add that part is because we look at the 69 municipalities and we realize that more than half of them, there has been one intervention or the other by other provincial departments or national departments, it means that it has not been that effective if these municipalities are still sitting where they are. So we want to ensure that really the interventions that we are proposing are going to help change the situation in these municipalities. So that's what we want to propose. And then the last one there is that National Treasury and COGTA must ensure that the revised local government funding model is explicitly incorporated in the local government white paper. We know that there is a work that is currently done to review the funding model of local government. And that at the same time, we are reviewing the local government white paper. So whatever comes from that revision of the model must be incorporated, because really for us as SALCA, we believe that that review when implemented, will make a lot of difference for municipalities, especially those that are only reliable or relying on government support for them to sustain themselves financially. So, Chair, that's what we wanted to table, and thank you very much for the opportunity. I will hand back to my president, maybe for him to make concluding remarks.
Salga, President.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think we will hold it there. Of course, we've got other issues that we'll raise at the economic front in improving revenue base of municipality. But thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, as I indicated earlier, we had sought a legal opinion from Parliament. I'm going to ask Mpumelele from the parliamentary legal team to make a comment and indicate if they have this opinion at this point. And then I'm going to open up for members to start the conversation, and you can start raising your hands. But let me invite Mpumelele from the parliamentary legal team to comment.
Greetings, Chairperson, and all the other chairpersons from the joint committee meeting committees, and all the honorable members and the public at large. Chairperson, with your permission, I'm going to request, for purposes of bandwidth and the strength of the network, to request to switch off my video. And Chairperson, with that said, I think from what has been indicated and the questions that you've asked me to address, firstly, indeed, the office received the request for a legal opinion and we are still working on it. We were not ready for the presentation, but Chairperson, I will generally make input onto the issues that have been raised and in terms of what legislation is indicating. Mainly, Chairperson, as the Constitution is the supreme law of the country, and any conduct that is not consistent with it, we know under Section 2 of the Constitution, it has to be invalidated through our judicial processes. I want to start with what Section 216(2) is indicating. Briefly for members, it says that the National Treasury must enforce compliance with the measures established in terms of subsection 1 and may stop the transfer of funds to an organ of state if that organ of state commits a serious or persistent material breach of those measures. And what that basically requires is that there has to be measures first that Treasury puts in place so that there is that necessary Treasury control. And then the main point I also want to make is in respect of the purpose of DORA. The DORA, Chairperson, we would know that every year the Division of Revenue Act is done, and its purpose is indicated as saying it is to provide for the equitable division of revenue raised nationally among the national, provincial, and local spheres of government for the purposes of the 2 years that would be specified in each year. And in this instance, we are dealing with the 2026 and 27 financial year. It must also determine equitable share for each province. It must also determine allocations to provinces and municipalities from national government's equitable share and determine responsibilities of all the 3 spheres of government and such division and allocations. And then we have the purpose of the MFA, which is also been referenced because Section 39 of the stopping of funds arise from it. The purpose of the MFMA, it also says, is to secure sound, sustainable management of the financial affairs of municipalities and other institutions in the local sphere of government. It is also to establish treasury norms and standards for the local sphere of government and provide for matters that are connected therewith. As I've already said, Chairperson, because of the supremacy of the Constitution and the circulatory intrusive manner in which the interventions that are enabled by the Constitution as well as legislation The principle of separation of powers and the principle of legality plays a crucial role in this instance. That is why the exercise of any public power must fall within the principle of legality, which means that it must be legislated properly and the power must be enforced and implemented in line with the provisions of the legislation. Now, Chairperson, that said, I think I will just indicate quickly that Section 39 of the FMA is basically giving the power in relation to the stopping of equitable share allocation to municipalities, and it gives it to the National Treasury. That is Section 39 of the MFMA. And what the DORA Section 17 and 18 then deals with, Chairperson, just doing a superfluous look of those provisions. Section 17 is on withholding of allocations, and it says that those allocations, and it specifies, if we take a quick look at Section 17 of DORA, it specifies that withholding of allocations, subsection 1, subject to subsections 2 and 3, a transferring officer may withhold the transfer of a Schedule 4 or Schedule 5 allocations or a portion thereof for a period not exceeding 30 days. And there are sub-provisions there. If in relation to the province or municipality, those spheres of government do not comply with the provisions of this act, which is DORA. And then it goes further in terms of subsection 2. If an allocation or portion thereof is withheld in terms of subsection 1, specifically under Schedule 4 or the Schedule 5 allocations. And I want to quickly assist the committee to say what is Schedule 4 on. Schedule 4 of the DORA Act is on the allocations to municipalities and provinces that supplement the funding of programs or functions that are funded, in this case, from municipal budgets. And then Schedule 5 is dealing with specific purpose allocations to both, once again, provinces and municipalities. So the use of the word for purposes of DORA under Section 17, it is true, it uses withholding. And then there is also Section 18, again under DORA, which uses the word stopping. But from the media statement that we have seen and the discussions that have already come before the committee today, National Treasury has indicated that whatever the exercise and the task that they are engaging in, it used the word withhold. And then, as I said, Section 39 and Section 216 is using the words that are saying stopping or stop. In our opinion, we have attempted to unpack the use and definitions of those words. But as I said, Chairperson, we are still working on that. And what then we've also specified the requirements that are required in each instance, and what is Parliament expected to do. So, Chairperson, looking at just briefly the intentions of these two specific acts, Parliament, and in this instance, the specific committee that will be addressing the issue, once all the processes have come before Parliament, as it has been said, there are notices like letters that went to the affected municipalities. We will need to look at the specifics of each instrument, whether a notice through a letter or a notice through a proclamation or a notice as a gazette, depending on what it is that the public power is seeking to do. I heard in the discussions, there were references to circulars. So these are all the things that as Parliament, we need to be looking at, and when we provide the full opinion, we will be explaining on the processes and how Parliament is interpreting the relevant provisions and assist the committees going forward. That said, Chairperson, we do appreciate the diverging views that have come, and in the instances of how each structure or organ of state is interpreting the relevant provisions. And we appreciate the fact that we were part of this meeting, so that when we do the opinion, Chairperson, we will be able to fully brief the committee and give the distinction and the expectations and the requirements that arise out of each provision for each specific legislation. But in this instance, as I said, the main starting point of the task and the exercise that is being engaged in respect of the exercise that, one, we will need to ascertain and make a stand whether it is already underway as a Section 216(2) process, or is it underway as a process that falls within the MFMA for Section 38 and Section 39 of the of the Municipal Finance Management Act, as opposed to the provisions of DORA. But as I said, because it's financial management and financial crisis for the entire spheres of government, it is very circulatory, and it is already clear, as all parties understand, the interventions in light of the Constitution and Section 39, Chairperson, everybody's accepting that they are to be the last resort. But in our opinion, Chairperson, we will be able then to give the proper position and legal position on what the law is and what the jurisprudence is guiding the committee and Parliament in this instance. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, I see all the hands are up, and I'm going to follow the order this way. We'll start with Honourable Van Zyl, then followed by Mtolo, then followed by Honourable Beasley, and followed by Becker, then followed by Mwali, Honourable Mwali, Taibosh, and Skosana, Alexander, Mente, Mkalipi, Squati, Kamede, Kathleen Labuskachne, Galega Mazibugo, Kingsley Wakelin. I'll try and keep to that order. Let's start with Honourable Van Zyl and then followed by Mtolo. You're on the floor. You've got 3 minutes to deal with your issues. Thank you very much. Honourable Van Zyl, are you able to unmute and start? Yes, proceed. We can see you're unmuted. We can't hear you. We might have to move to the next one. Okay, please sort out your gadget. Let's come to Honourable Mtolo.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think actually we need to agree that this decision taken by Treasury seems to be questionable, without the legal opinion. I'll suggest that actually the whole process needs to be reviewed and then and start afresh. And while actually we are waiting for the local opinion that will come to portfolio committee on COGTA or Parliament, actually the funds are released while we are waiting for that, because we all agree that actually people outside there will suffer most, while actually we all agree that actually this has been a systemic problem for many years. And then I've also taken note, Chair, that actually this matter was dealt with in 2015, and are now dealing with it again in 2016. I think actually in 2026, I'm sorry. I think it is a fact, Chair, and true that actually this matter will need to be looked into carefully, and the decision taken by Treasury will really need to be reviewed, and funds are released to the local municipalities while we are looking to this issue.
I so move, Chair, that actually funds should be formally released, and then while Parliament is looking into this and actually looking into legal opinion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mdolo. Honorable Van Zyl, seems your issue is sorted now.
Thank you, Chairperson. Apologies for that. Am I audible now?
Yes, you are. Please proceed.
Thank you. I think today's presentations reveal something very important to us. And, you know, we've heard repeatedly today that municipalities need more support, they need more engagement and more time. But National Treasury has actually shown that municipalities were given support. They were given guidance. They had written warnings and opportunities over several months. I think the first time we saw this was in December of last year, before Section 216 was invoked. And one thing I think we need to understand is that the statistic that stands out today is the fact that 42 of these 69 municipalities have already complied and had their equitable share reinstated. You know, that begs the obvious question, was it really necessary that National Treasury had to threaten municipalities that they will lose equitable share before municipalities finally complied with obligations they have had for many years? If that is the case, then I think the problem has never been a lack of support, but the problem has been a lack of accountability and consequence management. I think we can all agree that communities must be protected, but let us also be honest. Communities have been punished for years through corruption and unfunded budget and unpaid Eskom accounts, unpaid pension deductions, and the complete failure to implement consequence management by these officials. And I also find it quite concerning that the president of SALGA asks this committee to focus on the hardship created by this enforcement, while his own municipality, Majabeng, is listed by National Treasury as owing Eskom in excess of 9 billion rand. What example does that set for municipalities across South Africa? Leadership starts at the top, and if the leadership of organized local government cannot demonstrate financial discipline in its own municipality, it becomes difficult to argue that enforcement, rather than non-compliance, is the real problem. My question then to the FCC and SALGA is very simple. If National Treasury should not have acted under Section 1216, what practical and lawful mechanism would have compelled municipalities to comply, especially when we have now seen that the prospect of enforcement resulted in 42 municipalities taking corrective action? Secondly, do you support stronger personal consequences, maybe, including disciplinary action, recovery of losses, and criminal prosecution, where appropriate, against municipal managers, CFOs, mayors, and councillors responsible for repeated financial misconduct, instead of asking the taxpayers to continue funding municipalities that repeatedly fail to comply with the law? Chairperson, I think as the DA, we support protecting communities, but we will not continue supporting those who have repeatedly failed those communities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Beasley.
Greeting Chairperson, other chairpersons, and other honourable members. So from an Action SA perspective, we fully support the decision by National Treasury and the Finance Minister. Since we've got into 7th Parliament, we've been raising the issue that National Treasury needs to be more proactive when it comes to municipalities, because ultimately, at the end of the day, National Treasury is the custodian of the fiscus resources. So, and we see it all around us. Municipalities are collapsing, and the impact on service delivery and economic growth is just immense. The hardship that people are going through because of collapsing municipalities. And the reality is nobody's done anything about it. Where was 6th Parliament? Where was 5th Parliament? Nobody's done anything about it. So I think it is proper for National Treasury to act. And as a previous speaker spoke, said 42 of the 69 compliant. So it has been effective. And I think the big issue comes down to just a lack of accountability and consequence management. Municipalities can do what they like and there are no consequences. So we need to applaud where there are consequences. There are hardships to the communities, but the reality of people are living with daily hardships because of collapsing municipalities. And Parliament and provincial departments have been sleeping on the job. They haven't been doing their oversight. So now that National Treasury has acted, it needs to be applauded because 42 of the 69 are compliant, and hopefully the rest are compliant pretty soon. And it draws a line in the sand too that as government, as Parliament, we cannot accept such behaviour, poor actions and lack of accountability and consequences by accounting officers. And I'll just give it an example very briefly. We had eThekwini come in the other day. They had an SIU report which said they've got to do certain actions. They've totally ignored the report, and they're carrying on with their corrupt activities. And who's holding the accounting officer to account? Nobody, absolutely nobody. And the corruption continues unabated. So, as Action SA, we applaud the National Treasury and Finance Minister, and we say it's about time. A line has been in the sand, and it's good to be proactive. Thank you.
Chairperson,
Honorable Mr. Becker, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Sorry, may I just request the others to remove their hands so that we don't have confusion? But continue, Mr. Becker.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mine is a pretty technical point leading to a request of the Chairperson. Treasury slide 19, which I would ask them to float again, says first at the top that only 4 of the 69 municipalities had their equitable shares paid in full. And then the slide says 10 have been paid in full. And I wonder if they could explain the apparent discrepancy here and a generally confusing slide. But more broadly, I see they are now flighting it. So I'm talking about the first bullet that says only 4 municipalities, and then the later bullet that says 10 municipalities. It might benefit from an explanation, and in which case, happy with that point. But the broader point, Chairperson, is whether Treasury could please be given an opportunity to properly and thoroughly respond to the FFC's presentation. Thank you, Chairperson.
Certainly, Treasury will respond, but to do that at the end. In the meantime, let's proceed with the members. Honorable Mwali, followed by Taiposh.
Thank you, Chairperson. As Mkondo Esizwe, our submission is that the National Treasury must reverse the unlawful and unconstitutional decision of withholding an unconditional grant because it is not provided in the Act, and they've overlooked the role of Parliament in making this decision. So we move that they must release the equitable share immediately to those remaining municipalities, solely because from the numbers from the presentations, it was picked up that about 3.7 to 3.8 million people, indigents, depend solely from these municipalities. So if you withhold this unconditional grant, then those people directly suffer because they won't be able to get the services that they get from the municipalities. Number one. Number two, Chair, of those municipalities, from the presentation of the FFC, we picked up that there's some that have cash flow issues. So if you are saying they must not get their allocation, technically they must close doors. If they are closing doors, then people are suffering for the mismanagement of funds by those who are charged with the responsibility of running the municipalities. So here you are punishing people for the sins they have not committed. We've went through a joint committee for and seen 6 provinces and we've sat with the management of these municipalities. And what you've picked up there is that they've deliberately collapsed all oversight and accountability machinery that's supposed to be overseeing these municipalities. They don't have functional impacts. They don't have functional disciplinary boards that are supposed to be ensuring that those who are charged with the responsibility of leading the municipality, if they don't do the right thing, they are charged. Now, the National Treasury, as a last resort now, it decides to then take this decision to withhold these funds, which is also against the legislative date from the DORA to say by this date, these municipalities should get their allocations. Now, if you are doing that, you are not correcting the wrong in the mismanagement that is seen in the municipality. You are just punishing the people who are supposed to get services. What we need to put it straight here is there is government that is running the municipalities, that have a full responsibility to run these municipalities. They're supposed to deal and correct this mess that you are seeing here. I heard the presentation from SALGA, from one of their from one of their principles or one of their sole pillars is to have functional municipalities. But they are coming here telling us this is what should happen in the municipality, whereas it is their role and their sole function to make sure that we have functional municipalities. They've failed because we have this product, these municipalities that we have to sit as this joint committee and discuss as to how we are going to assist with this, with the mess that we see in the municipalities. Whereas the ASALGA was supposed to be assisting and making sure that we have functional municipalities. As I close, Chair, as I close, Chair, I would say we also, as Umkhonto Wesizwe, propose that those who are charged with the responsibility of running municipality, which is the provincial leadership, must give us a turnaround strategy towards addressing this issue and must involve the Office of the Auditor General in that process. Because we don't want to have the same meeting again in future where we discuss whether it should be withheld or not withheld. But we need to know what is it that they will do to turn around the municipalities that have already fallen, no longer collapsing, but they've already fallen. They have already they are dysfunctional. What is it that we're going to do with these municipalities? And also, I was expecting COGTA National to tell us exactly what is that they're going to do to turn around this picture, because they are fully responsible for these municipalities. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Taibosh. You're next.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to all the ministers and Chair, the other chairpersons of the other committees, and all the honorable members. Chair, the decision by National Treasury to stop the July 2026 local government equitable share transfer to 69 municipalities, it represents one of the most significant interventions in South Africa's system of cooperative governance since the advent of democracy. It raises important constitutional, financial, and governance questions that Parliament must consider carefully. The MK Party recognizes that persistent financial mismanagement, corruption, irregular expenditure, non-payment of creditors, and failures in municipal governance cannot continue unchecked. Municipalities exist to provide services to communities, not to enrich corrupt officials or political elites. Public funds must be protected, and officials who violate the law must face disciplinary, civil, and criminal consequences. However, accountability measures must be lawful, proportionate, and directed at those for wrongdoing. Parliament must ensure that interventions strengthen municipalities rather than deepen institutional collapse or shift the burden of financial misconduct onto poor communities that rely on municipal services. This principle is reflected in the MK Party's official positive position on the withholding of equitable share allocations. Chair, the MK Party adopts the following balanced position. We support strong financial discipline, consequence management, criminal prosecution of corrupt officials, recovery of stolen funds or stolen public funds, improved municipal governance, professionalism of local government, transparent budgeting, independent auditing, okay? Protection of public finances, we oppose collective punishment of communities, weakening already distressed municipalities, blanket application of financial sanction without differentiation or consultation, fiscal policies that deepen inequality between municipalities. Chair, municipalities are so unequal. How can you take a blanket decision? If you look at, you take Johannesburg, all right, with just the commercial coverage in terms of tax collection, in terms of revenue generation, and then you take a small grant-funded rural municipality somewhere in Mpumalanga. How can you compare it and take a blanket decision? Makes no sense, Chair. A local government funding model that ignores poverty, geography, and historical underdevelopment. Chair, how many years has this been building up that municipalities have inherited these municipalities, and for how many years have nothing been done? Over 20 years. All right, Chair, we need to furthermore look at section 151.3. Establish the right of municipalities to govern on its own initiative, subject to national legislation. Section 1514 states that national and provincial government may not impede or compromise municipalities' ability to exercise its powers and functions. Section 136 of the MFMA provides the types of interventions, while Section 137 of the same Act outlines what must be done in a situation where the municipality has financial crisis. Therefore, is the withholding of funds not compromising or impeding municipalities not to perform the allocated functions, and what support was given? The resultant effect of withholding the funds will plunge service delivery into a further crisis. I want to stop there, Chair, and I want to say that this was probably one of the biggest crises that we have been plunged into in terms of municipality and the management of funding for municipalities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Taibosh. We follow with Honorable Alexandra, followed by Honorable Mente. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you very much for the ministers and the departments that have spent the day with us, taking us through the presentation. In the presentations we've seen today, the figures show that 69 of the municipalities are owed over 200 billion by their own consumers. And granted, some of them are actually government, provincial or national departments, but they only owe about 97 billion to Eskom and water boards, etc. So the problem is not a funding problem; it's a collection and a management failure. So given that these municipalities have over decades received circulars from Treasury, capacity building, funding plans, and now they've had a round of formal notices, what personal consequences beyond another payment plan will be imposed by on municipal managers and mayors of municipalities like this? And when do we as Parliament no longer accept the statement further engagement as an adequate answer when these municipalities are driving entities into financial collapse? In addition, it is plain to see that it was plainly stated that municipal managers who withhold employee pension deductions are committing criminal crimes and not just financial misconduct. How many municipal managers have actually been criminally charged, and how many of them have simply just written a report explaining why there's been a delay? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mente, followed by Honorable Kalipi.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good day to everyone on the call. Chair, firstly, we must welcome the FFC report, which was perfectly clarifying the position of Parliament once more, that we must at all times come here and be reminded as parliamentarians of our role, including a role that we should be playing during these times where the executive is trying to take a very wrong decision in applying an illegal method to punish the communities and not punish the officials and the employees of government that are involved in malfeasance. Here, Chairperson, we are dealing with municipalities, and I would like to know briefly from the minister, the 42 municipalities that have responded, And my interest exactly is that we just did from the EFF a simple exercise of rounding off our public representatives in these municipalities to establish if the councils have said after the Minister of Finance has written letters to the mayors, informing them of the decision of withholding the funds. And almost none of these municipalities did have a council meeting. And I want to understand then under which mandate they responded and made declarations or rather commitments to Treasury that they are going to deal with issues. Case in point, which was mentioned earlier on by the chairperson of SCOPA, is BCM. That had a full forensic report, which they refused blatantly to hold a council. The mayor, the speaker, and the chief whip of the council deployed by the ANC. They have not set a council to adopt that forensic report, which was submitted, emanated from the SIU investigation. They had not dealt with officials that the SIU had already recommended that they must be removed. OR Tambo is the same thing. Nkomazi municipality just recently borrowed 100 million from Standard Bank, yet it operates under the unfunded mandate. So that unauthorized expenditure, how did they explain it? Because in carrying 100 million plus interest under a stage of unfunded budget as a municipality is very reckless. And that's what plunges these municipalities to a chaotic state wherein they cannot be providing further services to the people. Again, Mangaung is the worst municipality. Malsilonyana and everyone else, they do not even deposit pensions of the workers. Salga, you are not talking about the workers whose pensions are not being deposited. And again, Chair, there is something that is very problematic by these municipalities, especially owing ESCOM. Yet, we want to adopt an intervention to pay ESCOM on behalf of these municipalities, but allow them to continue trading and incurring debt from the ESCOM and yet not pay it back. Why are we not stopping them from having such in the municipalities? They must not trade in electricity. We must allow ESCOM to be the one that deals with electricity in those municipalities. The people of BCM, if you buy electricity for 100 Rand, your units are 25. But if you buy electricity from ESCOM for 100 Rand, you get almost 40 units. What are we saying to our people? Why do we want to put our people in such a state of poverty where we know that unemployment is very high? Yet we as Parliament do not stop such things which allow a situation where they have to spend more money unnecessarily, especially from people who are trying to recoup their own corruption and malfeasance from the people. Because in BCM, the reason why the charges are too high is because they have included some of the operations and electricity disbursement and all of that. So it's none of the people's problem, but the problem of lack of leadership, lack of accountability, lack of consequence management, and lack of tracing the money where it goes to from Treasury to government. So the last thing we want to recommend as the EFF is that Treasury, the MECs of Finance, the MMCs of Finance, and the city managers and MMs, they must all follow the money and they must table to us in no less than 30 days a believable and sensible plan on how to deal with these 69 municipalities, because someone has to be removed from stealing. The thieving, which impunity is what has plunged this country to what it is. Thank you, Chair.
Mkalipi.
No, thanks very much, Chair. Good afternoon to you and to the co-chairs and the ministers that are here and the members. Chair, I'm covered by Honorable Mente, who have put the position of the EFF very, very strong and very clearly. Just to echo her sentiment, to say thank you very much to the FFC Commission, who have represented us very well. I think that the Minister of Finance will go back and do the introspection, because my interest really, as Honorable Mente has put it, and I think Honorable Matlala as well, is on the interest of the poorest of the poor. We can't be having ministers undermining parliament and go and do the unconstitutional decisions against the law and undermine parliament. And I hope this matter will also be resolved in parliament, because if it was not the co-chairs together with you, Chair, to have this meeting, we wouldn't know that the Minister of Finance have acted unconstitutionally, giving himself the power that he does not have while the parliament is there. And we always, as the EFF and other members of parliament, we always call the parliament to not to be toothless, because most of the time it seems as if we are rubber stamping all the decisions from the executive. Thanks for this meeting, so we can also air our views as members of parliament. But Chair, as I said, that my interest is more of the people, especially the poorest of the poor, who have suffered the most about this decision that was unconstitutionally. And it's also reflecting very well on the presentation by COGTA, whereby it was also mentioned that in terms of the indigent register, there's a gap there, and the data must be updated. And it's also worries us if the data that is talking about the poorest of the poor in terms of the household, there's this huge gap, and as a result, the money that's supposed to be addressing those issues in terms of the indigent register, it's going to affect the poorest of the poor, whereby they don't have any platform to protect themselves, and a minister who's supposed to protect them is coming here and to make their situation very worse. So therefore, the departments that are involved, in order to make sure that those indigent people are protected, they must make sure that those people are not compromised and they are not make their situation very well. If you remember very well, Chair, there was an issue that was also resolved here at some point that was also involving the school kids in terms of getting water. And some of the presentation is also talking about the water boards that are still owned by the municipalities. This is a totally different aspect of it. But at the end of the day, we are saying that whatever decision, and it's even worse if the decision is taken by the minister, is unconstitutional and unlawful, but it's affecting the poorest of the poor, because those kind of decisions are already affecting even the learners at school, whereby the municipalities are saying that, no, since the school is owing me, I'm not going to provide water to this certain school. And you find that certain school, their constitutional right is also being compromised by the unlawful decision. So this kind of decision must be avoided. A department is supposed to ensure that the municipality is doing their work and they are compliant, they are doing everything that they're supposed to do. They must do that. They must not be punished on the basis that there is no official that is taken into, there must be a consequence management of those officials. In the absence of the consequence management, so don't punish the poor. Thank you very much, Chair. Let me just stop there.
Honorable Kamede, followed by Honorable Lapus Kahne.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Am I audible that side?
You are, please proceed.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. No, I would not deviate from my fellow comrades who have already spoken before me. But let me quickly go to Financial and Fiscal Commission. I think for me, the Financial and Fiscal Commission's submission does more than supporting MKP's position. It exposes that National Treasurer's temporary withholding is not merely inequitable, it is unlawful. The Commission is unambiguous. The Schedule 3 equitable share can only be stopped under Section 216 of 2 and MFMA Section 38, triggering the mandatory Section 39 parliamentary safeguards and Auditor General reports and the hearing for each of the 69 municipalities within 30 days. Treasury cited that exact legal authority while using the vocabulary of a different regime entirely, one that doesn't apply to unconditional transfers at all. This is not a technical slip. It is an executive maneuver dressed in a borrowed legality, and it has already stripped 3.7 million indigenous households of the funding line for water, electricity, sanitation, and refuse removal household who did not create the areas now being used to justify their punishment. My question, Honorable Chairperson, if the National Treasury's own cited authority contains no provision for temporary withholding of the equitable share, and if the 11.6 billion rands owed by the organs of states to these same municipalities, like 89.5%, of it more than 90 days overdue, has never triggered an equivalent sanction against government department, what is the actual basis on which the Minister of Finance can claim this measure is corrective rather than punitive? And why has Parliament not yet demanded the Section 39 of 3A Auditor General report and the 69 individual municipal hearings the law requires before any such stoppage can stand? Honorable Chairperson, let me quickly go to SALGA. SALGA's own figures are instructive against itself. Households owe 158.3 billion rands, which is 72.7% of municipal debt. Yet SALGA's narrative centers almost the entire on National Treasury's punitive withholding rather than on the collection failures, inflated valuations, and unresponsive billing system that produced this debt in the first place. The MK party notes that SALGA is effectively asking Parliament to treat withholding as the crisis, when the crisis is a decade-long failure of municipal revenue administration that SALGA itself has been mandated to help resolve. This is a convenient inversion of accountability. My question, Chairperson, on the slide 16, on the structural drivers of financial distress. If SALGA has known since 1998 that amalgamation created structurally inviable municipalities and has documented the ESCOM tariffs timing gaps, the seasonal tariff mismatch, and bulk water pricing misalignment for years, why has the SALGA not tabled a costed time-bound proposal to Parliament to correct these structural drivers rather than raising them defensively only once transfers were withheld? What concrete legislative or regulatory amendment has SALGA formally requested from NESA or National Treasurer in the past 3 years, and on what dates? Chairperson, let me quickly make this comment from a document from the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. I saw it, their response. It is actually not merely a bureaucratic formality. It is a masterclass in calculated sterling, a chilling state testament of administrative indifference. Chairperson, in closing, let me mention that as Umkhonto Party, we call for the immediate release of allocation, establishment of joint mechanisms to harness all the good things that could assist the nation to make sure that all the challenges are not brought to come back and punish our society and the people of South Africa at large. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. May we then invite Honorable Labus Kahne, followed by Talega Mazibugo. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much to all the chairs and all the ministers and to the presentations. I want to start first with a comment, then make some proposals and ask some questions, Chair. The COGTA oversight, the COGTA's portfolio committee's oversight over the 2 years, underscored by the AG's reports and all presentations done here actually today, is that the municipalities that are the subject of the matter today have a history of poor financial management, poor internal controls, poor accountability, and poor consequence management. The lived experience of the residents of these municipalities is already that of poor service delivery. The lack of accountability and the lack of consequence management is the core reason that a spiral of financial management and poor service delivery is getting continuously worse. So business as usual is clearly not changing anything. As the FCC clearly explained, these problems were there already in 2016. It's still there, it actually worsened. So my proposals at this stage, Chair, would be for us to have a plan for each of these municipalities, implementation plan with a deadline to see how are they going to comply to the corrective measures. We also need to, I see in the press that they refer to today's meeting as a high-level meeting. My recommendation would be that there should be a very high-level meeting between the Minister of Electricity, ESCOM, and the Select Committee and whoever, and municipalities on the issue of debt collection in municipalities where ESCOM is providing electricity directly, because that is a big issue and it came out in all of these representations today. And there is no solution for that up till now. Then also, I think we should have a plan to the Portfolio Committee on debt from state government and parastatals to municipalities, and a timeline on of how that is going to be addressed. Then I would like to ask questions to the ministers, and if there's some MECs, but Minister of COGTA and maybe Treasury, is according to them, what is the root causes that Section 139s in South Africa up till now actually mainly has failed? Some of these municipalities, that is the reason for today's meeting, are under Section 139 1A or 3 or 139 1A or 5 or 7 interventions without any success over years. I would also like to know if Treasury and or the COGTA can explain to me that the 154 support has been presented by National Treasury that has been directed to these municipalities after they got the notification of the intention to withhold the equitable share, yielded results. Why has the same results not come forward with 154 support provided by provinces, as were reported to this portfolio committee in our joint oversight visits to a lot of municipalities where the provincial COGTA ministers and Treasury reported to us that they do provide that support. Then I want to refer to some of the comments or what was made in the presentations. COGTA referred to a time frame of 7 days that is too short and that it's not supported, which I agreed 7 days would be very short. But according to my knowledge, and I just want them to maybe help me to understand better and maybe to correct me, but the first intention of the fact that Treasury wants to withhold this tranche of equitable share, not the whole equitable share, was already given to municipalities in December 2025. So that doesn't give you 7 days if you take that the first implementation of saying that we are going to stop it because you're not complying was only on the 30th of June and the second one on the 6th of July. Then I would also like to ask COGTA, they refer to that say that there must be an assessment of essential services before the Treasury takes a decision to withhold these grants. I would like to know if COGTA have a report or a dashboard or any way of evidence of the measurement of essential service of these municipalities currently. And if not, will they be able to include targets in their APPs to be able to assess municipalities? Because these municipalities, most of them are already has been identified by COGTA as distressed municipalities over the past 2 to 3 years. Not all of them, but most of them. So would they include that assessment as part of their APPs to make sure that can serve as early warning systems so that a repeat of this exercise do not happen in future? That would be all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Talega Mazibuko, followed by Honorable Kingsley Wekelin.
I was.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you.
Just hold on. Who's raising the point?
It's a Kwati, Chair.
Oh, you know what you did? You dropped your hand, and then much earlier I thought that you had considered your position. Let's allow Talega Mazibuko, then I'll allow Sikwati, and then Kingsley Wekelin.
Okay.
Sure. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, may I request to switch on my video for the sake of my network and my bandwidth?
As you please. As you please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, let me first appreciate the call for the legal opinion, which will then determine the legality of the action taken by the Minister and Treasury in respect of the rights of the Minister as enshrined in Section 17 of DORA, which allows the Minister to withhold the allocations for a period not exceeding 30 days, and all the steps that the Minister has to take in terms of consequence management. Chair, the ANC has declared this year as the year of fixing local government. And I must say that I am happy with the emphasis by the Minister of COGTA on the departments of the state that are owing municipalities, and also as articulated by Dr. Mvaba, that this is a serious issue and it has been left for some time. You know, the 30 days payment is only documented, but it is not enforced as it should. And I therefore, Chair, propose that in a period of a month, we get a tangible commitments from the departments to pay what they owe municipalities, because this is very unfair. And the same energy that the National Treasury has applied in the municipalities as part of consequence management should be applied to the departments, especially the state departments that are not paying municipalities. Chair, we support the intervention that seeks to address financial problems in the municipalities, and we support COGTA and Treasury, and we are calling for a sustainable solution that is grounded in equitable allocation. Chair, on the FFC, what advice is FFC giving on the structure of spending of some of the municipalities that have high compensation expenditure and low capital expenditure? What measures are required to decisively shift culture and governance patterns through consequence management in order to fix local government? Because I think all of us, we have to agree that we have to fix local government. Thank you.
Honorable Sekwati, followed by Honorable Kingsley Wakelin.
Thank you, Chair. And let me as well, Chair, join my colleagues in welcoming the presentations that have been made by both the Treasury, COGTA, but also FFC. But I also need to really, Chair, request that we should not even attempt to really cast doubt on the action and the intervention that has been taken up by National Treasury. Precisely because we are the ones as members of parliament in our own committees that we have been saying to Treasury, National Treasury, you are not taking up your responsibility. If municipalities are not compliant, you have got the powers to act. And now when National Treasury is acting, we are the ones who are now starting to cast doubt. I'm even further disappointed, how FFC present their presentation here. How they make presentation, it's as if FFC does not understand the role of National Treasury, but also how municipalities are operating as a tier of a government, particularly where there is issues of consequence management not being adhered to, as if Treasury has got the latitude and the powers to charge those officials and even councillors. Now, I'm saying that we should not really cast doubt. We should be helping National Treasury to make sure that they are able to reinforce and make sure that what has been raised over years, but what also has been done through the support in terms of Section 154, is ultimately, being implemented in terms of the last remedial action that has been taken by National Treasury. Because it has, even in the presentation, it has been stated that this is the last resort that National Treasury is taking, because municipalities are not necessarily responding neither to the support nor to the laws and regulations that they're supposed to be governed by. And now you expect National Treasury to sit back and complain. But secondly, Chair, I think as much as we are going to be waiting for the clarification in terms of whether National Treasury has followed the law to the latter, which I believe it has, let us, because other municipalities already have taken the remedial action and have been able to improve their situation in terms of the action that has been taken by National Treasury. Why don't we allow this process so that, because it's not whether these municipalities are right or wrong, it is whether they are able to correct what is wrong. And whether National Treasury has been in the right or in the wrong. these municipalities still need to comply with the laws in terms of MFMA. Now, through COGTA, through provincial treasury and COGTA, they have been able to get this kind of support that they actually require. Now, my appeal was that let's allow those that are role players, particularly your COGTA and treasury, to continue to support those municipalities. Because yes, I agree that let's defend those that are actually the weakest, which is those that are indigent. But in this case, if you do not provide any corrective measures, you are actually putting the indigent in the worst position ever. Because even without this action or intervention that is taken by National Treasury, if you were to go down to most of those municipalities, you'll find that those indigents that are supposed to be getting those basic services, they are actually not getting them. And what Treasury is actually doing with this intervention is to make sure that we protect those indigents and make sure that they do get those basic rights. Now, if we do not allow National Treasury to act, we are not helping these municipalities, but we are helping to further destroy these municipalities, because none of these municipalities will ever comply, and therefore there's going to be chaotic. And I hope that the FFC is able to understand that, make sure that whatever that we do and whatever that we say should be in line with supporting National Treasury to act, but also to make sure that it's in line with helping municipalities to be able to do the right thing. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kingsley Wekelin, followed by Honorable Doug Moore.
Honourable Ministers, the Honourable Chairpersons and members. Chairperson, every rand counts. Every inflated contract and every procurement abuse is money stolen from service delivery. This has been happening for years. Then we must question not only municipalities' failures. Chairperson, if every rand counts, then every sphere of government must account. Municipalities must account for this mismanagement. Our provinces and national government must equally account for whether they acted early enough to prevent municipalities from reaching the point of collapse. And if they have fulfilled its obligation under Section 154 and 139 of the Constitution, then we need to ask the following questions, Chair. Firstly, on the constitutional question, it has become very clear that National Treasury have the authority made under Section 216 of the Constitution and the MFMA Act to stop transfers. What we need to clarify clearly why this implementation have not been done earlier and consistently over these years. Secondly, Chair, on the support question, Section 154 of the Constitution places a mandatory obligation on national and provincial government to support and strengthen municipalities. Therefore, before asking whether municipalities have failed, we must also ask, has government fulfilled its constitutional obligation completely, and why with even these interventions failed? Thirdly, on the intervention question, many of these municipalities have been in distress for years, Chair. This raises a very important question. Why were municipalities allowed to deteriorate to the extent before decisive intervention took place? And this brings us now here in 2026. How many should already have been under Section 139 interventions? Have provinces themselves failed in their constitutional responsibilities? Fourthly, and perhaps most importantly is the question on accountability. Communities should not continuously pay the price for failures while those responsible escape accountability. Therefore, I would like to know of these 69 municipalities, how many municipal officials have been disciplined, suspended, or dismissed? How many cases have been referred to law enforcement agencies? How much money has been recovered? What consequences have been there from provinces that failed to intervene despite years of municipal decline? The fundamental question before us, therefore, is, are we merely treating the symptoms of municipal collapse, or are we addressing the root causes and holding the responsible individuals accountable. The DA supports fiscal discipline and accountability, but accountability must be applying to everyone. Municipality managers, political heads, officials must be accountable as per the MFMA Act. Provincial governments must be accountable for fulfilling Section 139 in its totality and effectively. National government must account for whether it's fulfilled its Section 154 obligations, and individuals responsible for the misuse of public funds must face consequences. I want to propose a 5-step municipal recovery process, Chair. The first step is to get better and deeper diagnosis of what the real problem is. We need to undertake a municipality by municipality assessment and classify municipalities under which ones have governance failures, financial distress, capacity constraints, or corruption and maladministration, or a combination of this. The key principle here is, Chair, not one size fits all. A case in point is we don't even have the details of all these 69 municipalities. Which ones were under Section 154 support and which ones are completed successfully? Which ones were under Section 139, 1, 5, or 7? Which municipalities should be under Section 139? Which provinces have failed to intervene? We possibly would need an in-depth investigation on each one so that we can prepare ourselves, Chair. I can tell you as night follows day that there will be more coming soon, and this will definitely not be the last round. On step 2, national support. My question is, has Section 154 been completely exhausted? Has the target support been on financial management support, technical expertise, revenue enhancement assistance, and governance support? We need to set clear targets and timelines and decide what points of this Section 154 has been exhausted. Step 3, provincial intervention. Has support failed from provinces? If municipalities fail to improve, we need to trigger Section 139 intervention. Section 139 makes provision for 6 types of interventions. And Chair, we need to appoint qualified non-political administrators. Now, Tshwane's Section 139 in 2021 was a good example of how Gauteng province has failed in both these areas. As the DA, we want to warn you that this joint committee, that interventions must not become revolving doors for failed mayors and officials. Municipal recovery requires fresh, competent, and independent leadership, not to reappoint individuals that have failed us previously. Chair, then step 4, we need to keep people accountable. Who's responsible for these failures in the 69 municipalities? As I said before, which disciplinary actions have been followed, which criminal referrals were appropriate, which losses have been recovered. Chair, then in step 5, we need to protect the communities and restore the social compact. How do we protect residents while rebuilding municipal sustainability? We need to ring-fence the funding for water, electricity, free basic service, waste management, and critical infrastructure maintenance. At the same time, residents, business, government need to be recultured and educated that they also have a responsibility. They need to pay for municipal services when they are able to do so. We need to protect municipal infrastructure. We need to report on corruption and service delivery failures, and we need to participate in municipal planning and oversight processes. Chairperson, every rand counts. Therefore, every municipality must be assessed, supported where possible, intervene in where necessary, accountability must follow, and communities must always be protected. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. May we invite Honorable Dagmore, followed by Honorable Mazala.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to the ministers, chairs, members, and all others that are part of this meeting. I think the first point I want to make, Chair, is that if one looks at the intention of Section 216, we should actually commend the Treasury for the process that it has gone through and the intervention, which I think all of us here would agree. The intention is to make sure that service delivery is protected by making sure that there are consequences. And I think it is important that Parliament gets a formal legal opinion, but I don't think anyone here should doubt the intention of the Treasury in regard to Section 216. And we, from the side of the ANC, in a year where we have committed in an ongoing way to fix local government, and part of those pillars include ensuring that service delivery continues, taking the fight against corrupt officials. And this intervention, I think, needs the support of all of us. The second point is that the issues raised by the FFC, also COGTA referred to it, and also in Treasury's presentation on the critical importance for us to get the indigent information right. At the end of the day, the equitable share allocations are there to ensure that there's a free basic level of services. And I think it's absolutely critical that we get that right. And where there are officials failing to provide that information, that there is serious consequences, because the objective of these grants is to assist the poor. I think this intervention must happen without fear or favor, irrespective of who's governing, irrespective of which provincial government is not paying a local government. We need to make sure that there is consistent and fair action, not just dealing with the errant local municipalities, but also different departments or parastatals that are not living up to their obligations. And that should be done without fear or favor and be supported by all of us. I think this is a critical meeting. It, in a way, reflects cooperative governance, getting people together across the portfolio committees in Parliament. And I would say that it's very important that a meeting like this, Chairperson, that we consider another meeting in a month's time where there can be clear reports about, have those provincial governments or state departments that owe finances, have they paid? Of the 69 minus 42, those municipalities left, have they actually complied? And we should also be clear that compliance is one thing, but does the service delivery continue to the people that actually need it? Just to conclude, back in the 90s, there was the Masakane campaign, which encouraged the culture of payment for services. I think we need to re-look and strengthen that campaign, because clearly we have an indigent policy to cover our people who are not able to. But there are a number of businesses, a number of residents who can afford to pay that are simply not paying and making our municipalities unviable. And I think that's something that really needs to be driven as a national campaign by the three spheres of government. So from the ANC point of view, this is part of fixing local government. It's not going to happen in 3 months. We're still going to have these challenges beyond the local elections, but we have to show a commitment. And in that sense, the intention of Treasury in terms of 216 is correct, and it should be supported. We must just make sure that it happens without fear or favor, according to all the spheres of government who have to honor their obligations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May we take Honorable Olga Siate, followed by Dikereti Direko.
Sorry, Chair, was it not me who was coming after? Was not Honorable Mazlar recognized?
Oh, sorry, it was you, but you removed your hand, so I forgot. Sorry. So let's get you now.
Thank you, Chair. No, I just removed it now.
I'm coming in to defend my committee member here. His hand was up.
You're out of order. You must just
I'm
stay in your
stepping in as
lane.
a shop steward, Chair.
No shop steward. Party issues must get out of committee. Proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, my chairperson. Thank you, all chairs. I want to dwell much on some of the issues that have already been touched by my colleagues from Umkhonto of the party and the recommendations thereof. But this is one thing that I want to highlight. I sit in SCOP and I also sit in the LGES committee, in the standing committee of the LGES. We obviously do not support the intervention, and not because we think that nothing should be done by Treasury in this regard. However, we've reiterated that we've got a leadership crisis in this country, and I'm going to illustrate through a few examples of how it is not incapability or incapacity to deliver at the local government level, but it is the unwillingness to effect consequence management, to hold our fellow comrades, and I'll say our, just so that I don't want to mention specific parties that are in government. But when we have a situation where a mayor comes into a joint committee and fails to answer every question, leaves the joint committee crying, and the following week the president goes to that municipality and applauds the mayor and the municipality for a job well done, it creates a disjuncture. It creates a situation where accountability cannot be enforced. Because the people that are within our own different political parties in the different sphere of government are getting two messages, with different message from an accountability system of governance. And when we meet them at our different political caps, we do not be assertive to them in terms of their performance. And we've got a situation where we, like the chair said, the chair of COPA said at the beginning of the meeting, people come to COPA and COGTA and the deficiencies are identified, they are instructed to correct them. They don't correct them, and COPA and these committees can't, effect consequence management on them. So they rely on the necessary bodies within the governance system, at local government, at provincial government, and so forth. And you find that there's no willingness from any of them, or any of those in those echelons, to effect consequence management. And it becomes then a tick box exercise. We find ourselves in a situation where there's no delivery in our communities. There's no accountability for the funds that are being used. And then the decision that seems easier to take is simply to to withhold the equitable share and then let our communities suffer in the process. If we were having this discussion with a report that suggests that all these 69 municipalities have been put under administration, it would be a different discussion altogether. Because then we would know that those who have failed to perform have been dealt with, or their investigations and suspensions and all of that, because obviously they've failed. Even if some 49 of them have since complied, the question is, why did they not comply? Why should there be some intervention before they comply? Because it means they have the ability to. But there's no willingness, primarily because of the issue of these political governance issues, where there's no consistency in ensuring that from the leadership parties in the country, they enforce that there are people who are deployed by them, and sometimes, obviously, they who oversee in terms of the municipalities who are in councils are able to ensure that there's performance, high performance, and consequence management at that level. We have issues, for example, like an issue of Msunduzi, where you've got the municipality owed by certain business people who then have got the audacity to barge into council meetings to fight and question why their names were brought into before COPA and all of that. And these are employees of in those councils of particular political parties. But then there's nothing that happens in terms of consequence management, in terms of following that up. And it becomes business as usual. So I'm saying the leadership role and the leadership capacity and consequence management are at the center of our challenges, not the incapacity of departments, not the inability to deliver to account. But for as long as we know, and people know that even if COPA and this joint committee comes and criticizes me, my comrades on the other side, the same ones who'll be sitting in the committees, will meet them and shake hands over drinks, and they will tell me that forget about those ones. They're not going to do anything. We're still going to find ourselves in the same crisis over and over again. And my plea as I close would be that let us be honest about how we approach this matter of governance. So let's not separate governance from the leadership responsibilities of those in political parties, who also happen to be the same ones who are represented across all spheres of government, from ensuring that they nip the problem in the bud and ensure that these things do not continue unabated. In the process of it all happening, it should not be a resort that our people must suffer. Because if you don't punish the officials, you do nothing about them, and then you decide to close and withhold the equitable share, you ensure that you then shift the suffering to the person on the ground, who is not your deployee which you have got a right to withdraw any day, particularly in terms of council, mayors and all of that. You do nothing to those people. You just shift the suffering. It is not a proper way. It is not a human-centered approach. It is rather a a maneuver, you know, to act as if we're doing something, and then they deliver. Now that if they've responded, they get the equitable share, then they're not going to respond the following year, and every day we must go through the same cycles. And we still have big entities responsible for multi-billions of the fiscal who don't report, and nothing happens to them. It depends on who and where and how. We can't be plunged into that kind of crisis. We are requesting that this matter be dealt with by the leadership in a manner that is serious, and also we are not going to accept that our people must be plunged into that crisis. In fact, we are going to be agitating them to march and demand the equitable share, because they can't suffer when those officials are not being held accountable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Are we in order? There was Honorable Tereko, followed by Skosana.
You said followed by me, Chair.
Who's
Thank
me?
you, Chair.
Oh, sorry. You see, let me say this. If I mention your name and you haven't spoken, please keep it up. Keep your hand up. I'm sorry, Honorable Tereko. Honorable Siate was there before and she removed the hand and therefore she got omitted. So please continue, Honorable Siate, followed by Tereko, and then followed by Sukosana. In that order, please.
Thanks very much, Chair. Greetings to the comrades and all honorable members on the platform and officials from all entities on this platform. So mine, Chair, is firstly on SALGA. I'd firstly like to find out what measures are required to decisively shift culture and governance patterns through consequence management in order to fix the local government. Then I also have one on the National Treasury. So I just want to put a bit of a little scenario. So in a circumstances where municipality is to be impacted by the stopping of funds in line with legislation, what measures will the National Treasury then be taking to ensure provincial or national departments safeguard the provision of the public service? Then what is then the perspective of the National Treasury on addressing the unfunded mandate gap through the review of the local government fiscal framework? Then lastly, Chair, I just want to also welcome the suggested recommendation made in this committee, this joint committee, to also seek the second opinion legally, so that what seems to be problematized from the FFC side of things is really cleared out, and that there is an ease of conscience on the side of the National Treasury that we do not have a delinquent National Treasury. And as far as the legalities of what has transpired, there is a justifiable section of the Constitution, which in this case is obviously Section 216, to truly just get that second opinion and get it rolled out, as this is the year of fixing in our positioning as the African National Congress, of fixing the local government. So that is very welcomed, and to ease any of the honorable members' conscience, or we do not have that kind of a National Treasury that is delinquent, and it's not legally aligned. So thank you very much, Chair.
Please proceed, Honorable Tereko, followed by Sikosana.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to our ministers, the members of the committee, and all the relevant stakeholders who are part of the meeting. Chair, one of the reasons that we have called this joint meeting is because we cannot ignore the fact that some of our municipalities are having serious challenges. These challenges, Chair, then necessitate that Treasury respond to
And as a result of that, that's when we find ourselves in this situation that we are in today. So what I would also request is that we note the action that has been taken by Treasury, and I fully support that action because public funds need to be protected, and everyone who is responsible for managing and who has been entrusted with managing the funds of the government or municipality needs to account, and where there's a need for consequence management, it must be implemented. And as members of these committees that are part of this joint city, we are the one who have been loud about consequence management. We are the one who have been on top of the issues with regard to consequence management. We are the one who have been pressurizing National Treasury to act on municipalities that are failing to comply with the legislations that are guiding local government. It's a pity that when National Treasury Act is during that time where there's a political excitement because we're approaching elections, hence we'll speak in different tongues. But in reality, we are the one who have been pressurizing National Treasury. So what we need to do now is that we have been facing this situation for quite some time now. What about us finding a long-term plan in ensuring that we don't face the same situation again and again every year? Which then goes to issue of ecosystem accountability, where we'll then say, what is the role of Treasury in the municipalities? What is the role of COGTA in the municipalities? We know that every quarter municipalities are expected to submit reports to Treasury and COGTA, which those reports need to serve as a tool to detect early challenges that municipality may face in future. So then what we need to understand on the side of Treasury and COGTA is that what is it that you are doing with these reports of municipalities? Why is it difficult for you to identify these challenges earlier than now when we have to then withhold their equitable share? And secondly, we in local government, we've got different supporting structure. We've got the SALGA that is there. We've got a provincial government that is there. What is their role in ensuring that there is accountability in those municipalities? Maybe that's where we need to start and say, from now on going forward, how do we strengthen accountability and consequence management in these municipalities that are not complying? And we can also move away from the fact that we understand that when the Treasury act or intervene, somehow in some municipalities, service delivery may be disturbed or disrupted. What needs to also, how do we then find a long-term solution to ensure that going forward, we don't find ourselves in this particular situation? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Sikosana, followed by Van Rooyen.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon to everyone in the meeting. Yeah, no, Chair, I want to join other members in congratulating the Minister of Finance and the National Treasury for taking this decision. And the sense that I'm getting in the meeting is that the majority of members, they do support the intention by the minister, which is a noble intention. However, other members are just concerned about whether the relevant legal prescript was used or whether a relevant legal jargon was used in communicating this particular decision, the issue of withholding versus the issue of stopping. But I'm comforted by the fact that you indicated, Chair, that we will be getting a full legal opinion in relation. The majority of members are agreeing that the intention by the minister and the National Treasury, it is a good intention, so as to hold these municipalities accountable, and of which is one of our responsibilities as Parliament, as the legislative arm of the state, to hold all spheres of government accountable. And I'm largely covered by what raised by Honorable Squati, and who want to hide behind issues of vehemently opposed to this action. So we can't hide behind technicalities when it has been us going all over the country, visiting municipalities, highlighting systemic challenges that we found there, and complaining that National Treasury needs to act, COGTA needs to act, and all other relevant structures. So when one of these structures or department is acting, it can't be us who then hide behind technicalities and all that. So I think this is it's something that needs to be supported, but also while we're doing that, let's get that legal opinion, and if there's anything that needs to be fixed, it can be corrected. And also, Chair, I'm noting the issues. I'm also comforted by the fact that out of 69 municipalities already, the minister indicated that 42 are now complying. They've responded positively, and that constitutes 60% of the total 69 municipalities. We're hoping that even the remaining ones, they are going to respond positively to National Treasury. And also I'm comforted by the fact that the minister indicated that this thing is they're not intending to have it for more than 30 days, so as not to negatively affect service delivery in municipalities, which is what members are complaining about. So the minister was very clear that their intention is not to have this thing beyond 30 days. And also the Minister of COGTA also indicated that there was that discussion between the two departments to say, let's do this, but let's make sure that it does not negatively affect service delivery. There should be some interventions if some municipalities, even after 30 days, they are unable to comply and respond positively. There would be measures that will be put in place in order to make sure that those municipalities are not negatively affected. We're also noting matters that are raised by the FFC, which is a serious matter in relation to government departments, which are culprits because they constitute a high percentage of people who are owing municipalities, which in a way, they also contribute in making municipalities to be bankrupt and not to be able to execute their responsibilities. So I'm supporting what Honorable Dagmo has said, that let the Department of COGTA and Department of Finance go and work out a strategy of approaching all the affected government departments, and maybe let's have a date at some point where we'll get a feedback as to when are those government departments going to pay those municipalities, because we can't also fold arms when we are told that municipalities are bankrupted by government departments. So government departments, they should also play their role in making sure that if that action can be taken, and we get a report in due course as to what is the response, which departments are now complying, those who have not, what is their plan for them to pay those municipalities. Lastly, we're also noting, I think, matters that have been raised by SALGA, which in the main, they are systemic and historical challenges. That includes the issue of the funding model for municipalities. I think that we need to have continuous engagements in relevant forums about the issue of funding models and all other systemic challenges that SALGA has raised in this meeting, so that we also able to leverage that to address some of the challenges that are facing municipalities. But all in all, Chair, we really support the decision and the noble intention by the Minister of Finance and the National Treasury. We think this is going to go a long way in making sure that in future we don't have municipalities who remain unaccountable, who remain with poor governance system, poor financial management and all that. So we think that this is indeed a step in a correct direction. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. We move to Honorable Van Rooyen, followed by Honorable Lekganyane.
Chairperson, maybe let's remind each other that when we speak of local government, we speak of the sphere that is at the coal face of servicing our people, those that we represent. We don't need an election year to fix municipalities, no. Fixing municipalities should be our obsession throughout as public representatives, because at the municipal level, that's where service delivery is required. Secondly, Chair, FFC did a researched presentation, an objective-driven presentation, and a factually based presentation. I find it very unfortunate that that presentation, the hard work that they placed into that presentation can be reduced to not understanding local government or not understanding how municipalities function. I find that very unfortunate a comment to be made. Well, Chair, in the interest of time, because most of the speakers have covered my submission, more especially those who are members of the Progressive Caucus. Allow me just to share one or two observations and make two suggestions, Chairperson. As correctly summarized in the FFC's presentation, we have been dealing with this problem as a country for quite some time. In fact, it's more than 15 years. So we don't have a diagnosis, a challenge as a country. What I think we have as a challenge, as correctly summarized by Honorable Magala, is a leadership problem that we are facing as a country to enforce some of the resolutions taken to deal with this problem. I'm going to request, Chair, your collective as chairpersons of committees to revisit some of the work that has been done by those that, or maybe done by our predecessors, because it's just a waste of time and money for us to be reinventing the wheel on things that were resolved. Taxpayers' money was used for meetings and workshops and strategic sessions to be held to determine the solutions to this same problem that we are faced with today. So I'm going to plead with yourselves as the collective of chairpersons of the various committees that we have convened today to really take stock, retrieve some of the valuable resolutions that were taken on this matter and were not implemented, because it's clear that someone is not listening as stakeholders are advising. I would just cite one example, Chair. The equitable share reconfiguration is a banal discussion. It's a banal discussion. If you go to the records of SAGA submission, you won't miss that submission. But unfortunately, here we are today, still discussing the same problem, the same resolution, because Haramamelani, we are not listening to each other. Well, Chairperson, the other thing that I'm going to request, because you see, this thing is a clear indication, the problem that you are dealing with now is a clear indication of the efficacy of the interventions that were made before, but also the efficacy of the Intergovernmental Fiscal Relations Act. How do we implement the provisions of that act? Look, I'll just cite an immediate example. We are sitting in this meeting, it's very clear that National Treasury on its own just decided to move on this matter. Maybe a basic question that one may ask, where are the forums that we are enjoined to champion as executive in as far as the Intergovernmental Fiscal Relations Act is concerned? Are those forums still functional? If my memory serves me well, those forums are the forums that should be obsessed with this matter and bring a report to Parliament on how they are dealing with the situation or how they're implementing the resolutions that those forums have taken over the years. I doubt if those forums are still existing or are they still functional. Now, coming to my suggestion, Chairperson, on the issue of revenue enhancement. Look, the elephant in the room here, and I know most of us are afraid of dealing with this issue. As much as we have taken resolutions as various political parties on the issue. The elephant in the room here is the challenge of unemployment, inequality, poverty that is facing our communities. And if you retrieve some of the resolutions taken on this matter by the previous administrations, you realize that this challenge was elevated as a key issue. Hence, prioritization of local economic development was entertained. But as we all know, as we speak now, that agenda item has taken a backseat. And unfortunately, we seem to be taking pride of intervening in indigent households, taking pride of intervening in poor, communities. We are no longer talking the language of how do we remove our people from the trap of poverty? How do we deal with issues of inequality that are deviling the society? How do we address the high rate of unemployment that is driving non-payment of services, municipal services? We are no longer obsessed with those discussions. Well, it is important that we need to relook at that discussion as an issue of national interest. Our redistribution policies, how are they helping us to develop the economies in municipalities? Our procurement opportunities, why is it still trapped in the hands of the few, not in our communities where it matters most, our people? We need economically empowered communities to sustain our municipalities. We are not going to sustain our municipalities out of poverty and inequality and high rate of unemployment. Lastly, Chair, from my side, of course, speaking on behalf of MK Party, this thing of consequence management, it seems to be, I don't know, somehow may be focusing on the compliance, ticking the box and all that. But clearly speaking, listening to all submissions, even from members themselves, I don't think we're doing good in this issue of consequence management. And there is a proposal that we are entertaining as MK Party, that we need a special task team. We are still entertaining this proposal. And that's something that maybe in your collective leadership as chairpersons of committees, you might have to consider. We need a special task team that will deal with issues of corruption and fraud in municipalities. And we have done a lot of work as MPs to unearth some of these practices. But as correctly cited by some of the speakers, people are being shielded because of the so-called political aerial cover that they enjoy, their proximity to some of those who are in the executive. So we need a special task team that will focus on the municipalities, because there are many cases that has been reported, by the way, to deal with these corrupt individuals. around issues of corruption and fraud. But the snail pace, in some cases, people are redeployed without any consequences meant to them. So we need a special task team that will deal with this corruption and fraud that is definitely delaying or maybe depriving our people or our communities the development that they deserve. Thank you very much.
Sorry, honorable members, I got cut off for a while. May I request that Honorable Khatebe and Honorable Ntuli to follow, sorry, Honorable Lekhanyane first, and then we go to Honorable Khatebe.
Chairperson, good afternoon to you and the honorable members. And let me greet the ministers from the two departments and their delegations, as well as the delegation from Thalka and the leadership of local government from provinces and the FSC. Chair, I think we are dealing with two issues in one meeting, and I'm going to suggest that of course, taking note of the valid inputs that have been made around the local government reform agenda. For sure, honorable members will be reminded that there is a white paper review process that is underway. And maybe to make an addition to the many suggestions that honorable members would have made in this meeting, Chair, will be for me to say, we may need a forum like this in future where we can invite the Ministry of Local Government to come and make presentations on the proposed areas in the local government white paper review process and check if all the issues that honorable members are raising in this meeting are not covered, or whether they need to be strengthened. Because where I stand, Chair, I'm very convinced that the 65 proposals are very elaborate. Of course, I'm not taking away what honorable members are raising in the meeting, and that's why I suggest that for us to deal exhaustively with those structural issues that are being raised in this meeting, we can request yourselves to convene a forum like this where all of us can benefit. And on what I think is the issue that brought us today here, the Treasury interventions. Chair, one, I will start by declaring my support to the interventions that the Treasury has made in the affected municipalities. To make a statement that by the Constitution of the Republic and relevant pieces, national legislation, especially the Municipal Finance Management Act, municipalities are under obligation to govern prudently with integrity and deliver services efficiently to our communities. And what the National Treasury is saying or has done has observed flagrant violation of the law. The National Treasury speaks about insidious impunity that is rooted in the governance of law, in local governance. And there is no way we can sit in this meeting, Chair, and start to take our daggers out against the National Treasury. When the National Treasury points to us that there is gross financial mismanagement, whether it is 10 cents or it is 100 rand given to a municipality, the municipality is under obligation by law to prudently use or spend that money and come and account in chapter and verse. And since 2015, if you saw the circular which the Treasury issued, the Treasury says some of the matters are as old as 2015 that we have been raising, not under Minister Godongwana. Minister Godongwana comes there to get a trail of communiques that the Treasury has been issuing out to respective municipalities. Matters that would previously have served before the portfolio committees of Parliament. Matters that we are still seized with today, 10 years later. And there is not in any way that we can prevaricate, Chairperson. We have to stand firm, especially as an oversight body in the Republic, and say that the Treasury was correct in its interventions, and maybe to even strengthen, because where I stand, I think they have been very, very lenient to say we are withholding and you will come and show cause that you are complying. We also need to strengthen the interventions that the Treasury has made, so that, because I heard one honorable member said, what happens in the event where this delinquent behavior recurs? So we need to call those specific municipalities, Chair. It may not be in a forum like this, but the relevant portfolio committees, including the Standing Committee of Appropriation and Finance, we can call those municipalities immediately after the Treasury has released the finances to those that comply. They have to come and account why it has taken them so long to comply with the law, because they're not complying with the Treasury, they comply with the law that is in place, and we must never make a mistake of putting the Treasury if it is the law of this country. The Treasury also, when it acts, it is empowered by the law that is in place that allows it to intervene, because municipalities have for far too long acted with insidious impunity and have failed to show cause that they are capable of governing in a prudent way. The other issues, Chair, like I've said, let's get a proper forum where we can come and discuss those issues that relate to the local government reform agenda. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We'll take Honorable Khatebe, followed by Honorable Ntuli Tipuo. And then lastly, Nkosi Buthelezi, that will be the last. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to the Honorable Ministers, Minister of COGTA and Minister of Finance, the other portfolio committees, chairpersons, and the honorable members. Honorable Chairperson, my contribution is that I think that we all agree that where there are serious governance and financial management failures, appropriate interventions are necessary to restore compliance and protect public resources. I also think that we are in agreement that building capable, responsible financial management and transparent management of public funds, accountable and financially sustainable local government are important pillars to good governance. But I think that the priority to protecting service delivery and ensuring that communities continue to receive the basic services must be safeguarded. It is therefore important, Honorable Chairperson, that focus be now on assisting affected municipalities to improve their financial management, strengthen governance, and return to full compliance as quickly as possible. I'm also encouraged to see departments, ministers of COGTA and Finance collaborating in that regard, Honorable Chairperson. A collaboration that I think is going to assist a great deal in the process of the white paper review. And I'm partly in agreement with the latter part of Honorable Lekhanyane's contribution, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Honorable Dipuo Ntuli, followed by Honorable Nkosi Buthelezi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to you and everyone on the platform. Our communities should not suffer the consequences of maladministration and non-compliant to the MFA rules. And I also fully agree and align myself with the intervention. Ngoba kukhombisile ukuthi abantu bayakwazi ukwenza okufanele. Because if consequence management was not applied, ngabe akulungiswanga. Out of 69 municipalities which were affected, I think yesterday we had 40, then I think yesterday we were around 18. If the withheld was not applied, ngabe akulungiswanga lutho. And also our councillors should play oversight. Hence, in fixing local government, the ANC in its guidelines specify what kind of people should be councillors and mayors. And I have one question for FFC and one for National Treasury. For FFC, it's weaknesses of financial mismanagement have significant impacts on public service provision. To what extent will these measures of the National Treasury have an input on the enhancing financial management beyond public service provision, which requires a different balance of intervention? If effectively managed in line with legislation, does the FFC believe the approach of ensuring consequence management can improve local government? On National Treasury, what is the balance required for municipality with significant debt to ensure that commitments don't result in the compromise of basic service provision due to a lowering of capital investment budget? What measures will the National Treasury take on national and provincial state organs or municipalities, and what timelines will be applied to balance the impact of debt commitments? I thank you very much, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nkosi Buthelezi, you're the last one. I'm going to request that we start with Treasury, then followed by COGTA, and then followed by the FFC and SALGA to do responses. Thereafter, we'll go to the chairpersons. Thank you. Please proceed, Nkosi.
Good afternoon, Chair. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And a very good afternoon to the ministers and their teams, to SALGA, to the committees present and their chairmen, in the room. I think one has to start. A good place to start really is to appreciate the comprehensive, voluminous presentation that we've just had. In particular, I think one must appreciate also the step taken by the Treasury. Well, as they say, warts and all. I suppose we've spent this morning really dealing about the warts and things which might have been done better, or it could possibly be done better in terms of this, like maybe proper, deeper, broader consultation. Chair, I just think that have been covered generally, but I thought maybe there are one or two things which I think they are very, very serial, if I may put it that way, as we sit in these oversight committees, a lot of us all the time, which is the reason for our existence. If we look, for instance, at the Minister of COGTA, he has been on record on several times urging the departments to pay municipalities. And this has been received with much optimism and hope. But I think that where maybe I think I would like to suggest, Chair, is that I think it would be very helpful, because we don't know. I'm not saying this has not happened or not, it has happened or not happened, but it would be very helpful that maybe in the next presentation, maybe in the next 30 days, we also get to be in line of sight as this committee to know which departments are paying, because to me, that is how far oversight goes. Yeah, because it might be happening, which is fine, we'll tick the box. But maybe if we could be in line of sight on the by way of a report to see how many of these departments are actually paying, because this is a ripple effect. We talk about empowering small suppliers and service providers, and when they don't get the money, they don't get paid, it immediately impacts people like that. But then I think the most important thing, though, is that coin, the flip side of that coin, is really to tighten the screws on this sieve of corruption, because it's pointless to get all this money in if it's just money in, money out. So I think that is my suggestion, Chair, that I think it would be very helpful to see if that was, it has been mentioned many, many times. And that goes also for the consequence management. We are actually like stuck records about consequence management, all of us in this room. Now, I also think that the committees, maybe not only us, it would be very helpful to have a dashboard of where they have happened, rather than also hearing about them from the municipalities, because we go there and they tell us, give us the whole program, but hear about them from the locally, from SALGA and from the Attorney General, because we have seen that there are quite a few serial delinquents when it comes to this 3, 4, 5, 6 years, who even the Attorney General's report is really not heeded. What then next, Chair, for me begs the question, is if we've been here 11 years ago, it really begs the question, what will make it different now? And I mean, we all know now that when it comes to government and leadership, we don't hide, we can't hide behind the fact that I wasn't there then. I mean, if it was a policy that was taken, I think we really have to seriously review and look at what went wrong, which can be gotten right in terms of this time around. I think that is also very important. But I think it's promising when you hear about the 30 days. But now, you know, they say when elephants fight, grass suffers. Whilst all this is going on, we talked about indigent register, people like that. It's happening all there, but at the same time, they are trampled on with these problems, Chair, which I think that it's very unfortunate. So I think the legal part, lastly, really, it will be very, very important to, for lack of a better term, look at the revisit in terms of the Treasury with the full legal input for us, which we did not have the luxury of having before as an input before engaging this morning and this afternoon. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. This brings us to the end of all the comments questions and views expressed by members of the committees. I'm going to request that we get a response. We'll start with Minister for Treasury or the team from Treasury, then move to the Minister of COGTA or the team from COGTA. Then we will have the FFC and SALGA. After that, the chairpersons will then come in. Thank you very much. In that order, Minister and your team.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I think we've had quite important contributions today. But before dealing with that question, Honorable Beck, I'll pose the question, our view on the FFC's legal position. What I would suggest is that we will make our submission to the parliamentary legal team that's looking into this matter. I think two issues that are being raised by the FFC, which we think, in our view, were on the right track. That is, implied in their presentation are two issues. The first one is a textual one. Should we have used the withholding or not stopping? Does it make that the use of withholding a difference in these circumstances? Because the word withholding is used in DORA, in the Constitution, and others, they use the stopping. So that's a textual matter which the legal people will have to clarify. Our view is that we, within the spirit of the Constitution and law, in our submission. The second thing they are raising is a sequencing. Again, it's for legal people to look into it. The way I understand them to be saying is that Parliament must approve first before we proceed. Our view is that we are entitled to go up to 120 days for as long as Parliament has not said to us, no, stop. That's why we write to Parliament and inform Parliament of our intentions for Parliament to convene as we have done. And Parliament then may make a decision to say, no, don't proceed, or they may then proceed on the following terms and conditions. So that sequencing is something where we will be submitting to the legal team in Parliament. But the message that's coming across in this discussion to us, as I understand it, is that the general thrust of our intervention is accountability, consequence management. But honorable members are saying, don't stop there. Provide support where necessary. And we agree with that approach. So we must hold these municipalities to account. We must make sure that there's consequence management. We must find means and ways of supporting them, which we want to do. Examples, for instance, where municipalities are not able to meet, say, ESCOM, for argument's sake, we've been having the debt relief. In some cases, local Department of Energy and Electricity have come in with what they called distribution agency, which also help the municipalities in the process will be able to deal with the debt issue. We have also provided a conditional grant to municipalities, which we are discussing with the Department of Energy now and Electricity to increase that grant. That grant helps municipalities to install smart meters. And there's evidence that where municipalities have employed smart meters, revenue collection has increased substantially. And in that, so what I'm trying to say, Honorable Chair, is that we are willing to work with the municipalities and support them. As I indicated, we said in our meeting with COGTA on Tuesday last week, we then said, we're going to go through municipality by municipalities to avoid what is called one size fits all, and say, how can we then help those municipalities who are at distress? Now, we are going to need support. There are other instruments we can use. in some of these cases, it can border on a criminal offense. Should we be taking that thing, holding people into court for criminal offenses? The same with pension funds. If failure to pay a pension fund is also a criminal offense. So we would like to work with people to achieve this notion of accountability, consequence management, and support. To achieve that, we also agree that cooperation amongst the stakeholders is going to be key. Chief among those is corporate government, the Department of Corporate Government, which in any event, together we have been working very well with the Department of Corporate Government. And we're also working together on the review and reforms of local government. We would also want to work with SALGA to push these municipalities where practically possible to comply. We would also like to work with provinces to help us. Let me just give an example. We've got a huge challenge in the Free State. If you look at the pension funds as we speak, as at the end of February, 1.7 billion rand was not paid to pension funds. Free State alone accounts for 1 billion of that 1.7, which means Free State alone is more than all the 9 provinces combined in terms of being backward on pension payments. So we need our colleagues in MSs for finance and MSs for COGTA in provinces to work with us in this regard. Lastly, Chair, is that we agree, and there was a meeting with the mayors in Birchwood, which was addressed by the president. We made for the first time the announcement that we're going to force both the provincial and the national sphere of government to comply. As of today, we have issued letters to all the 9 MSs for finance and said, this is the amount owed to municipalities. They must pay it. If they're not paying it, we'll issue that letter today. And failure to do so is going to be same consequences of section 216 subsection 2. So we are happy with the proposals that have been made. We will do whatever it takes to cooperate with Parliament in fulfilling this objective of accountability, consequence management, and support. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable. Thank you very much, Minister. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Pardon me. I had the office because I'm waiting into another area where I'm due to attend up until this meeting comes to an end. That is why now I'm waiting in the vehicle. Honorable Chair, let me start by saying we welcome the contributions made by all contributors in this meeting. Firstly, COGTA will prefer to respond to many other issues that were raised, not related to the subject for today. There are honorable members who raised this point that we better come and give a full account of the interventions that we are doing in the municipal space, and probably we can even come back together with Treasury and SALGA so that we ensure that this front line of working together, we balance it going forward so that there is no working in silos or reporting in silos, building on the experiences that we are dealing with today. because a number of issues that were raised by honorable members where they wanted to know the successes, failures of Section 139, 154, the assessment criteria. We better come, Honorable Chair, dedicated on those issues on a separate day. In relation to today's discussion, as I indicated, our meeting with National Treasury on Tuesday laid a background upon which we are also consolidating today, that we will be working together, ensuring municipalities comply, ensuring the other spheres of government are also put on a same scenario as municipalities are to comply, especially where they owe municipalities. And I'm confident that the experiences of the withholding and the whole discussion it raised is going to reinforce the principle of holding accountable municipalities and all other spheres of government so that we break the chain of the sphere not paying the other sphere of government and local government not paying Water Board, SARS, ESCOM, and all other entities. I think the takeaway from our side as COGTA is that we must strengthen our working together with National Treasury. We must strengthen the cooperative role of COGTA with all key stakeholders, SALGAM, and all committees that deal with the local government space to ensure that we make our municipalities functional. Other than that, we took note of the contributions made by honorable members, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chairperson. If I can come
Please
in
proceed.
as
Yes, please proceed. Please
Yes,
proceed.
thank you so much, Chair. Chair, as a commission, we are fully supportive of the interventions that are meant to correct all the wrongs that are happening in local government. We fully agree with the Auditor General, and we fully agree with National Treasury that the local government finances are in disarray and an action must be taken. We fully agree with that. There must be consequence management. People must be taken to task. Taxpayers' money must be handled with financial stewardship. For the mere fact that now we have evoked Section 216, therefore we must follow the entire legislative process, which also include the role of Parliament in that decision. So Parliament can assist Treasury by making sure that they expedite all they have to do to fulfill their responsibility. Chairperson, also the mere fact that 11 years ago we had the same challenges, it does indicate that these problems remain systemic, and as cooperative governance, we have to work together to solve these problems. And Treasury is doing their part, and COGTA must also play their part, and SALGA must play their part. All players must play their part. So we are in support of all these reforms, and we believe that we can resolve them if we all work together and we give support to the municipalities. There was a question which was asked about the Commission's advice regarding the structure of spending on staff, on local government, and also shifting of culture on consequence management. I wanted to see if one of my commissioners, who is an expert on local government, Commissioner Fowler, if he can just come in and share his views as well.
Thank you,
Commissioner Fowler,
Chair.
yes, you just got 2 minutes. You can table your views.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And let me recognize the Honorable Minister Gorongwana, Minister Hlabisa, chairs of the committees and the honorable members, leadership of SALGA and the DGs. On the issue of the question of consequence management and changing the culture, I think one of the key things that needs to be looked at is that, in terms of good management, consequence management is one requires not only consequence management, good leadership. It also requires that there be a focus on the consumers of municipal services. And so essentially what I'm saying is that many of them must be treated as customers who are not just entitled to good service, but should also pay for those services. And one of the key issues that has come out in the process is really changing the way we look at the municipal services. Because when you look at metros, for instance, they provide most of their income comes from the higher income parts of their households. Something like 50 to 70% come from higher income households. And the majority of households, which are lower income households, there needs to be a combined effort between national, provincial, and local government in ensuring that, one, there is expertise to collect the funds from those majority of households, but also to understand that there are residents there who can afford to pay, but hide behind the historic non-payment. And so therefore there needs to be a good communication campaign, but also very specific steps taken to ensure that that sector of the consumer base, the citizens, also do their contribution. Perhaps I should leave it there and not go on too much longer on that matter. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let's proceed to Salga.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm sorry. No, let me start by saying, Chair, one, at least there are a very good improvement in terms of collaborating and working together with the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. And we've got statute sessions that's break down into political JESCO and administrative JESCO, and we've been ironing out a number of issues that have been the dispute or misunderstanding, if you want to understand in that way. And we are doing that because our role in terms of the Act of Parliament, recognition of the organized local government, it says our role is to lobby, advocate, and represent the interest of the local government sphere in the Republic of South Africa. And then part of that looping, that is why we improved an engagement between ourselves, COGTA, and we're extending this relationship engagement because we know that government alone or one sphere of government will never succeed if it works in silos, and we need to
enforce collaborations. And I think the committee, we can just give it an assurance that at least we are seeing some very positive engagement. Of course, not at all times we are going to agree, as you will know, that the nature of our relationship. But the cooperative method, it has been at least instilled in the organization. The second point that I wanted to clarify, Chair, fortunately, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, COGTA, so as the former minister of COGTA, Honorable Des van Rooyen, will know that the debate about entities of state owing the municipality, it has not started in 2026. It started at the time when Honorable Des van Rooyen was the Minister of Cooperative Governance. And he will then recognize, including the chairperson of the committee today, they will both recognize that at that time we had a big debate to a point that as SALGA, we decided to take the government, including the ESCOM, to court. President Zuma at that time then agreed that there should be an establishment of the interministerial committee, that it must be led by COGTA. That intervention then led into the appointment of the late Professor Plachis, may his soul rest in peace. And in that, they've done a significant work. And at one point, I was asking the chair of the committee, what happened with that work? Because Professor Plachis have completed the task with regard to who has a right to reticulate, distribute the electricity, because that function, if you read Schedule 4 and Schedule 5 of the Constitution, it assigned to municipality. And if you read 1998 white paper, it based its assumption on the basis of the ability of municipality to collect by reticulation. Now, and we are seeing a number of players in the process, and that dispute, it is as far back as that time, and that dispute, it also goes to the issue that we are raising today. It's not a new issue to the committee generally of COGTA and many other committees before. The dispute, it has been, we are punishing citizens that at a winter you've got a particular tariff, at summer you've got a particular tariff, and when it's cold, it's double. And the municipality had to transfer that to household. And therefore, the household is unable to pay in South Africa today. And then it put pressure into municipality. And in the process of that, makes the households, the municipality, to default. And the issue, it has been around the debate. I think members of the portfolio committees that are here, they must understand that some of these issues that we are talking about here, they are coming from time immemorial. And it was one of the issues that we had a debate about withholding of the equitable share in 2015. As far back, a number of resolutions that have been taken along that line. The last issue on my side, Chair, otherwise, comments that have been made by and guidance that have been made by members of the portfolio committees, members of parliament in this meeting, at least it helps us to think in terms of how do we resolve the problem. The last issue, Chair, the Minister of COGTA knows what I'm going to say. The current Minister, Minister Hlabisa. We went to Minister Hlabisa after we made a statement in Parliament responding to President Ramaphosa's State of the Nation address. We said to Minister Hlabisa, we want, as part of cooperative governance, what is seen by Auditor General as malfeasance and number of things is the inability of political party to deal with the elephant in the room. And then we want to have a session with political parties so that we can ask and tell them. I think one of the members of the portfolio committee made this point, that at one point you appear before the committee and the committee has a concern, and the next point you see us behaving differently outside there. The issue there, Chair, if we want to uproot what we are seeing in the local government and other levels of government, is to confront the elephant in the room. And of course, part of that confronting of the elephant in the room is then confront the political players in the process, so that the mayors can be relieved, because mayors, they are under pressure when they are operating in
Let's
terms
round
of
up.
making the responsibility that they're supposed to do. So I'm saying it's one issue that one day we are going to have a conversation, frank conversation, because we need to have a frank conversation if we want to turn local government around. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. May we invite the chairpersons? Let me start this time with Honorable Zibi, if you'd like to come in.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Mkhize, and I'd like to thank the Financial and Fiscal Commission, the ministers that joined today and their teams, as well as the Parliament legal team, and of course the members for their contributions. I think we also have an opportunity to define what problem we want to solve. Because I think while the committees will get legal advice from the Parliament Legal Services team, I think we can all agree that substantively there is a problem. And I sit like every member here in meetings where members of Parliament ask when the Auditor General comes to report to us the problems of municipalities. Some members in turn ask the Auditor General what they are going to do about the problem. I think it falls on Parliament actually to take decisive steps. I think, like I said in the beginning, while there are structural problems at a funding level, at an economic level, and also income for the residents of municipalities, it is also true that we have officials and that is as public servants as well as elected members of councils who don't take their work seriously and who don't take Parliament seriously. And as members of Parliament, we must be careful not to speak from both sides of our mouths. On the one hand, complain that municipalities do not listen to us, and on the other hand, we take steps that shield the same municipalities from accountability. We take positions that shield municipalities from accountability. It is not okay, and members often hear from very distressed service providers who don't get paid by municipalities for up to 4 years while they have performed the service. It's not just ESCOM. We also deal with municipalities who almost willfully do not collect revenue from people that owe them. And we're not talking about indigent residents. We're talking about people who can afford to pay. We're talking about large companies. But I also want to say the ministers and who head up departments which do not pay municipalities are members of this house. And the consequent management must extend to them too in respect of their respective roles as members of the executive, who must pay municipalities what they owe municipalities so that those municipalities can provide services to our people. It is not okay for some municipalities to go on for years without making pension fund contributions, which South Africans have worked hard for and have earned those pension fund contributions. So the reason I'm saying we must define what problem we want to solve is that we can make this a technical treasury problem. But Parliament must decide whether it wants to govern or not. And if we take positions that indicate that we do not wish to govern, then there is going to be a problem. We will blame the Auditor General, we'll blame Treasury, we'll blame anybody who takes a decisive step to make sure that everybody takes their responsibilities seriously. And therefore, Chair, I would like to move for the following to occur. The first, and some of this may have been covered by members, but I think it is important that Parliament, these committees get a list of all national government departments as well as provincial government departments that have not met their obligations to municipalities, so that we can hold those government departments accountable. And to the extent that there are government agencies underneath them, we must hold them accountable in Parliament so that the municipalities can get the money that they should get to deliver services to South Africans. That is the first thing that I propose we agree on in this meeting, Chair. The second thing that we must do is we must demand of MECs and portfolio committees of COGTA, as well as the public accounts committees, to share with us in good faith their accountability programs over municipalities. We should not be having this meeting if they were doing their job. The reality is that they do not, and they pass the buck, and Parliament cannot pass the buck any longer. So that is the second thing. That is how the intergovernmental relation system is going to work, is if we are working hand in glove with our colleagues at a provincial level, and MECs similarly must demonstrate not just to Treasury and COGTA, but also to Parliament what they are doing. And finally, each of those municipalities, what we have seen in our committee is that the municipal public accounts committees are underfunded. They hardly ever meet. They're not able to go and conduct oversight. They do not even process the things that must happen in Parliament. We can't therefore sit here and say, and the only discussion we want to have, and I know there have been really good contributions to say that Treasury is a problem. Of course, Treasury is not the problem. There is a systemic problem. And part of what we need to do is reforms to make sure that the intergovernmental relations system works better, but also the way the equitable share is calculated also works in a way that is responsive. But having said that, we can't do that by babying municipalities and treating the adults who run those municipalities like children who can't make decisions for themselves. So that is my contribution, Chair, in addition to some of the recommendations you made at the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Maimane. Let's have your comments, Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Appropriations.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I'll be as brief as I can. Firstly, I think apropos the comments made by the speaker before me, the Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. I think one of the issues we've got to resolve is twofold. One, I think you can't, when you've got bad players on a soccer field, suddenly think that referees are the problem. We cannot run municipalities by simply just saying we'll withhold financial instruments or whatever. We need better governance at local government. That must be a point that is understood. Because if that point is understood and taken on board, then we're not sitting in an intervention such as today, merely saying National Treasury is the problem. I, for one, certainly, we've consistently as a committee asked the question both of the Auditor General and the National Treasury about what actions they will take. When they act, we can't then come here again and say, well, this is wrong. We have to deal with the governance failures at local government. And that speaks to some of the deployment issues that have been raised. That speaks to the second point, which I want to make, is to engage financial institutions like COGTA. The reality of it is that in many municipalities, and this was in some ways the purpose behind a broad research that we undertook, is that often financial managers in those municipalities are poor. We've spoken about Mangaung, but the truth of the matter is that were you to prescribe what Mangaung, in terms of its own financial management and CFOs is concerned, you discover that the caliber of individuals aren't always of the caliber that are able to administer the budget that goes through that municipalities. And therefore, I think a deliberate step would be to engage COGTA or institutions of that nature to say, how do we get capable skills in municipalities? The third issue is that we've got to streamline intervention. To me, I sit in this call with 3 committees, but equally so knowing that these are not the only 3 interventions that are there. The presidency is engaged with municipalities. There are many other players. You eventually arrive when you look at, I come back to Mangaung. But Mangaung had a presidential engagement going into it. It's got a National Treasury engaged into it. To some extent, it was placed under administration, and there are many other sectors. So I really think we need to ask the Minister of COGTA, as part of what we resolved to do, to say, what is the streamlined thing to be able to achieve better governance at local municipalities? Otherwise, we're going to come here again, and it's going to be he said, she said, and we end up really with no resolutions. I don't need to rebolster the point that says that government departments that fail to pay really must be held accountable. You cripple a municipality in that manner. You make sure that it stops functioning. And therefore, not that it's the only bad player, but it cannot be the bad player. And in this regard, I want to make the last proposal, which is when our committee went to India as an argument, we went and engaged the Auditor General there. And one of the things that they did is they were very clear about saying, how do we put something transparently that had a dashboard that was readily available for citizens, for ministers, for parliament, that we could see that these are the 69 municipalities, here's where their scoring is, here's where the outcome is. Because honestly, transparency and shedding light on this subject requires us to put it in public view. Because then that way we could sit back here today and say the pathway in relation to those municipalities has been adhered to or not adhered to. But if we keep it in complex language and complex information, accountability then becomes even harder to effect, because municipalities naturally have got multiple processes of hiding data. We've been able to engage some of them, but you discover very quickly that it's the blaming of multiple spheres of government. So I would urge that we have just one dashboard that says we're measuring these municipalities on the following things. Here's the pathway. It's transparent. It's available for everybody, so that it becomes common cause. That when citizens go, why is my municipality's equitable share withheld? Then people will know it's because the following people did X, Y, and Z, so that we are clear. Otherwise, we end up with people who are redeployed from one place to another on one instance, and on another level, you end up with poor management, to which the very complaint that we've put here in this meeting, that citizens suffer, I can assure you they've been suffering through bad governance for far too long. So I, for one, think the intervention is important. I think we need to clarify the legal opinion so that in practice in future, as I opened my comments earlier, is to say the relationship between National Treasury and Parliament and all other interventions must then be better established, so that these people aren't reading about this in newspapers, but that actually the process is engaged, which I'm glad that some of it was clarified, but more must be done. And then furthermore, to be able to go, how do we ensure that there's transparency and collective oversight being given, so that people, not only us as Parliament, but the very other entities know very clearly why their municipality is failing in this regard. So thank you, Chairperson, in this regard. And I hope that we can be able to post this meeting between the respective chairperson with the task that has been given, to be able to say, how do we design a pathway to ensure that this is not an engagement that happens post facto, but can, in some instances, be able to be preventative going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Maimane, may I invite Honorable Maswanganyi to come in?
Thank you, Chairperson, Dr. Mkiza, and colleagues, Minister Hlavisa and Minister Godongwana, SALGA, FFC, and other stakeholders who are in the platform. And let me welcome all the presentations and the inputs from honorable members. They were quite enriching. The issue that I can raise is that it will be important out of this meeting that we improve horizontal, vertical, cooperative, and consultative governance. Vertical in the sense of between the three spheres of government. It will be important that that kind of an arrangement be strengthened. Horizontal, that's between departments, that there should be more engagement, say for instance, between National Treasury, COGTA, Department of Water and Sanitation and Electricity, together with organized local government, that is SALGA. Some of these issues that have been raised today here will have been dealt with through such kind of a cooperative governance platform. And lastly, the issue of consultative governance is very important, Chairperson. Here we have been engaging ourselves in regard to local government, provincial, and national government. But less is said about the consultative governance, because there are people who are affected by these decisions. We should find a way of making sure that those who are affected by decisions should also make a contribution in decision making, and they should be heard before decisions are made. Traditional leaders are quite very important they are affected by what we discuss here: labor, business, and other community structures. Because sometimes they just see us as politicians taking actions and no one relate to them what is the background of taking such a decision. And at the end, they are the most affected. So consultative governance becomes very, very important if we are a people's government indeed. Thanks very much, Chairperson. I believe that as chairpersons, together with SALGA and the ministers, will sit together and find a way forward and report back to all who are in this platform as to what becomes the way forward, so that this should not be seen like it was a telephone or it was just an academic exercise. This should not be an academic exercise. We are dealing with matters that affect our people on the ground. Thanks very much, Dr. Mkhize and colleagues.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Let me apologize because I've got serious power shortage and I therefore wish to keep the I'll keep the video off unless there's an improvement. I want to start by thanking all the ministers, SALGA, the FFC for the very enlightening presentations. And from where we sit, we must say that the meeting has really been enriched by the various submissions that were given to us from the different departments and institutions. And from that point of view, we believe the meeting was worth our while. And to all the members, on behalf of all the members, I want to thank the ministers as well as FFC and the SALGA team for their presentation. Now, it's difficult to kind of summarize a meeting as long, as important, and as robust as the one that we've just had. Nevertheless, I'll make an attempt, and I hope that it will in some way encapsulate some of the points that you raised. I do not intend that it will be accurate and comprehensive enough to cover every view, but I think it's important to try and reflect on what some of the key issues that have arisen out of the conversation throughout the day. Firstly, we should say Parliament acknowledges and emphasizes that the role of municipalities is that of transforming the lives of our communities for the better by utilizing available resources, utilizing levers of government authority to create sustainable communities by delivering the services to communities such as provision of water, safe and clean water, proper sewage management, fixing of potholes, and infrastructure maintenance, protection of the poor and indigent, as well as achieving a sustainable economic development to address the challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. That all joint oversight committee members agree with the Auditor General, Treasury, COGTA, FFC, and SALGA that the deteriorating audit outcomes, dysfunctionality, and serious lapses in municipal governance, persistent distress of municipality have been allowed to persist for too long, and the withholding of the equitable share have brought agency of municipal governance to the fore. This calls for a commitment for all role players to cooperate and work together to send a strong message that transgressions and dysfunctionality must end and must end now, and that the suffering of our people must be addressed with more vigor and agency. The convening of this extraordinary oversight meeting is evidence of the crisis and the seriousness with which Parliament views this challenge and the negative impact this all have on the lives of our communities and the negative impact on service delivery. Parliament also appreciates that the number of municipalities that were identified by Treasury as not compliant has been significantly reduced from 99, and that Treasury and COGTA demonstrated acknowledgement that support has to be given to all weak municipalities to rectify lack of compliance. Joint efforts are needed across all spheres to ensure increased revenue collection and end the culture of non-payment of services by communities and support to weaker municipalities by national and provincial governments in reining in non-paying corporate clients. Joint Oversight Committee notes the various concerns that have been echoed by SALGA, including the funding model and the systemic constraints that have afflicted municipalities over a long period, underscoring the fact that not all challenges experienced by municipalities are of their own making, but are occasioned by other spheres as well. We agree that all proposed interventions must be directed as proposals to the process of the review of the local government white paper. The immediate concerns of or concern of Parliament is that the protection of all communities, especially vulnerable indigent communities. And Parliament would therefore emphasize that COGTA and Treasury must work together and take all steps to protect service delivery at all costs. The strong message from the Joint Committee is that Parliament will act without reservation where the executive fails to act in accordance with the law to protect service delivery and take steps that the public that put the public in jeopardy. A thorough analysis by the executive at national and provincial level has to be done to dispense targeted support to deserving municipalities and directed punitive actions to corrupt and belligerent and failing municipalities to enhance compliance and promote transparent and responsible governance. Therefore, their approach must avoid a one-size-fits-all. Parliament support all the measures to achieve the following: to strengthen financial management and controls, to implementing post-audit action plans, to strengthen expenditure control, payment of creditors on time and ensure payment of third parties and water, utilities, and ESCOM, supports consequence management being implemented in all municipalities, supports punitive actions on transgressing municipal leaders, including internal disciplinary actions and referral to criminal justice system, supports strong measures to uproot corruption, maladministration, and irregularities, support investigation of UIFW and credible plan to meet the target set by Treasury in this regard, support the strengthening of accountability measures, including strengthening audit committees, MPEC, and instituting forensic investigations and formally tabling these reports and councils, support the stopping of adoption of unfunded budgets, support the end of all adverse and disclaimer audit outcomes. The following could kind of indicate more the recommended actions that have come out of the meeting. Firstly, the Joint Committee emphasizes that culpability must be apportioned to the officials responsible, and no official must be spared at the expense of the community. Where criminal charges are appropriate, provincial and national leadership must not waver. They must let the directed criminal action be pursued to the transgressing officials long before blunt instruments are explored that affect innocent communities. Secondly, Parliament notes the progress in the compliant municipalities that is since the notice of invoking Section 216. That Parliament Joint Committee directs that Treasury and COGTA undertake to support and protect all distressed municipalities afflicted by structural constraints beyond their control and provide clear plans on how these will be achieved in their next appearance to this Joint Committee and provide systems for early warning signals to avoid similar crises in future. Treasury Thirdly, Treasury and COGTA must submit within 7 days how the national and provincial departments, must submit within the next 7 days a list of national and provincial departments that are not paying their debts owed to municipalities. The Treasury and COGTA must further take drastic steps to enforce the payment of debt from national and provincial governments to municipalities with consequence management in the case of defaults and report monthly to the joint oversight committees. Fifthly, to request provincial premiers and MECs and relevant subcommittees, legislature subcommittees, to submit reports on the matters of municipal governance to assess the progress in the implementation of compliance by municipalities. Sixth, note the Joint Committee notes and welcomes the presentation of the FFC and directs that a discussion be urgently hosted between the FFC and Treasury and COGTA and submit a composite strategy on the resolution of the complex financial discrepancies that have been tabled to the Joint Committee, including the assertion that Section 216 has been illegally implemented, and provide a report in 7 days. Seventh, there is no doubt that Treasury and COGTA need sustained pressure on recalcitrant municipalities to improve governance and reverse dysfunctionality and support to the vulnerable municipalities. While constitutional role of Treasury is not in question, care needs to be taken to ensure implementation need not be questionable, and Treasury and COGTA should review their approach on the withholding of the equitable share and report in the next 7 days. Eighth, similarly, a consultation needs to be convened between the ministers, Treasury and COGTA and ESCOM to provide long-term lasting solution to the ESCOM debacle, especially the costing structure and discrepancies in payment and collections. Ninth, acknowledge the Joint Oversight Committee acknowledge the fact that the challenges in municipalities are essentially leadership issues that span across government and political leadership, and that these must be so addressed. And 10th, to make an appeal to political parties to prioritize the capacity and ethical integrity of the elected, those elected in the next municipal council, those are elected in the municipal council in the next election. The caliber of those elected will determine the performance of municipalities and the turnaround of dysfunctionality, mismanagement, maladministration, corruption, and restore proper financial management control and effective service delivery. Welcome the robustness in the interpretation must provide leadership on the approach, because ultimately it's a parliamentary responsibility to ensure oversight and prevail where voted funds are interrupted for any reason. Therefore, in this regard, the Joint Oversight Committees resolve, the Joint Oversight Committees resolve that all the chairpersons must unearth previous reports of Parliament on this matter and urgently meet with the Speaker and the House Chairperson and the legal team to give guidance on the correct interpretation on this matter and consider bringing this matter to Parliament to discuss and take a decision. Those honorable members are our concluding remarks in relation to the nature of the meeting that we have held. I'd like to just make the last comment, which is a sad notice that has been brought to our attention, and that is, we have sadly learned that Inkosi Mpumalanga Gwatiso, the chairperson of the Eastern Cape House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, passed on yesterday in the morning at his home state. I would like to therefore request that in closing, as we part, to observe a moment of silence in memory of the departed colleague. May the souls of the faithful departed rest in peace. Thank you very much, honorable members. I would like us to conclude the meeting at that level. I see there's a hand. Before we close, let me take the hand of the Honorable Labuskachne. We would like to close at this point. Honorable Labuskachne.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to request that the recommendations, as you read it out, be first circulated to all the members that attended this meeting so that we can be sure that we are all on the same page with each and every recommendation before we adopt the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Des van Rooyen.
Thank you, Chair. I think it was on the same spirit. Because I thought it was a summary. It's not necessarily a joint committee meeting report. But if you want to turn it into a report, I think then we should follow due processes, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's accept that the Secretariat. Sorry, please mute, Honorable Des van Rooyen. Please mute. Yes, thank you. Honorable members, this was just my reflections in relation to the nature of the deliberations. We will get the secretariats to combine the report and then submit a report to the joint committees, and therefore we'll follow the processes of the necessary adoption. Let's approach it in the normal way we do such, we process such matters. Thank you very much, honorable members. At this point, I would like us to bring this matter to a conclusion, and I would therefore like to, at this point, say this meeting stands adjourned. I want to thank you all once more and wish you everything of the best. Have a lovely day, good afternoon or good evening to you all. Thank you. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Fruitful. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kabazela. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.